Excuse me, let me check my voice for the first. Please, Mr. Ivan, can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes.
Hello, good morning, Professor Dr. Thomas Smith. How are you today? Okay.
I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Clearly?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
I can hear your
Good.
voice clearly.
Yeah.
Okay, let me open this event for the first. Please, to all of the participants, please open your camera or your video as long as this event. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Now it's on 8 a.m. in Indonesia time. It means this international conference is ready to begin. Firstly, to help us recognize you perfectly, please rename your identity of your Zoom Clothes meeting account with write down your full name. Secondly, please don't make any noise and sounds problem along this event. Please mute your audio, but do not forget to turn on your video and use the virtual background that we have already given to you. Last but not least, please fill the part of your registration for this international conference by open the link form that we will share in chat room of this Zoom Clothes meeting. So we will get the e-certificate for this event. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a very nice moment have to see you in this event of the international weekend. Today's event on Wednesday with the date of October 6, 2021. It is a great honor and privilege for me to be your host or master of ceremony today for the international introduce myself. I am Resti Dian Lutfiati. Welcome to International Conference for Democracy and National Resilience 2021, ICDNR 2021. First of all, I would like to thank you and a very warm welcome to Professor Dr. Jamal Wibowo, SHM, Director of Sebelas Maret, Indonesia. Second, Prof. Dr. Okit Paramana Sirin as a chairman of the Institute for Research and Community Services LPPM Universitas 11 Maret. Last but not least, welcome Dr. S.J. AGR Hayu, SPMP, as a chairman of International Conference for Democracy and National Resilience, ICDNR 2021. Now it's time to mention the best regards to all of participants and also great honors to all of the speakers that already here of the international conference. There are Professor Dr. Thomas Schmitz, Adjunct Professor at the University of Göttingen, Germany. Good morning, Professor Thomas Schmitz.
Good morning. Selamat pagi.
Thank you. Selamat pagi, Professor. And then Dr. Norida binti Abdullah from Universiti Teknikal Melaka, Malaysia. Good morning, Mrs. Norida binti Abdullah. Can you hear my voice? Okay. The next is Mr. Abraham Simon, SH LL.M, from Hyundai Motors, Indonesia.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Abraham Simon. How are you today?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. The fourth speaker, Dr. Sunni Ummul Firdaus, SHMH, from Universitas Sebelas Maret, Indonesia. Good morning, Mrs. Sunni.
Miss Kersti, selamat pagi, Prof. Schmitz.
Thank you, Mrs. Thank you for joining us for the international conference. Information. This is our first international democracy and national resilience studies that we call it Pusdem Tanas LPPM Universitas 11 Maret with the grand topic increasing national resilience based on electrified vehicles policies. Hopefully, this establishment even will contribute greatly to the national resilience of the Republic of Indonesia to facing the globalization in global economic competition. Once again, welcome to International Conference for Democracy and National Resilience 2021, ICDNR 2021, with the grand topic increasing national resilience based on electrified vehicles policy. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to listen the national anthem of the Republic of Indonesia. Please, to all of the participants with full of greatness heart, listen to the national anthem. Thank you. I will remind you once again to help us recognize you perfectly. Please rename your identity of your Zoom Clouds meeting account with write down your full name. Please don't make any noise and sounds problem along this event. Please mute your audio, but do not forget to turning on your video and use the virtual background that we have already given to you. And then last but not least, please fill the board of your registration for this international conference by opening the link in the chat room meeting is certificate for this event. Ladies and gentlemen, without taking any longer time to kick off today's international conference, let's hear the opening remark from the chairman of the Indonesian ICDNR 2021. Please welcome Dr. Tjahaja Rahayu, LL.M.
Give me the chance and all participants, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
I
wabarakatuh.
hope we are doing well today. Everybody health and welfare today. The Honorable Rector of Sebelas Maret Universitas, Professor Dr. Jamal Wibowo, and the Honorable the Chair of the UNS Research and Community Service Institute, Professor Dr. Okit Purnama Astirin, the Honorable the Chief of the Center Study of Pusdemtanas, Bu Suni, Dr. Suni Ummul Firdaus, and the Honorable and attendees and participant of this conference. First of all, Alhamdulillah, thanks God that for many blessings to all us, special today. Alhamdulillah, we are in health and welfare. We will report that the seminar is held by Pusdemtanas UNS, and that's the PT Pertamina, and also Just August University Göttingen, Bob John Universitas USA, Universiti Teknikal Malaysia Melaka, and Hyundai Motors Indonesia. Thank you to the Commissioner of Pertamina, Mr. Basuki Tjahaja Purnama, for to be the keynote speaker today. And also we thanks also to the speakers who are Professor Dr. Thomas Schmitz, Mr. Abraham Simon, Dr. Norida binti Abdullah, and Dr. Suni Ummul Firdaus. Thank you very much for your time. Become speaker in this seminar. And also I will say two thanks for the reviewers that will start and will selecting and also reviewing the paper for, and also thank you for all. Thank you very much. So this seminar will, inshallah, will working well. Yeah. The seminar was, alhamdulillah, today attended by more than 335 participants. 335 participants, and more than right now is 67 papers will be presented 2 days and tomorrow. And alhamdulillah, will continue process and publish it in the proceeding publication of Atlantis. Once again, thank you for all. Hopefully that this event will provide great benefits for the developments of energy in this country and other country, and blessing and happiness. I know that if it's online, but next time maybe even some international like that directly without online, seems like meeting will be more like touch each other. And we complete this welcome speech. Thank you very much. Happy conference. Hope your article will accept it. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. I will send back to Bu Resti for continue the master ceremony. Yeah, please.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. SC Rahayu, Agi Rahayu, SPMP, for giving the opening remark by your speech. Thank you for the chairman of the International Conference for Democracy and National Resilience, ICDNR 2021. Then, with due our respect, we would like to invite the chairman of the Institute for Research and Community Services, Indonesia. Please welcome Professor Dr. Okit Paramana Astirin, MS.
Yes, thanks, Resti.
Yes. Please,
Yeah.
please give your
good morning and good day to ladies and gentlemen, all fellow colleagues. Before we start, I would like to give my warmest greeting to all of the participants on this special occasion. To the Honorable Rector of Universitas Sebelas Maret, Professor Dr. Jamal Wiwoho SH.M. Hum, to the Honorable Chairperson of the International Conference for Democracy and National Resilience 2021, Dr. Rahayu SPMP, to the Honorable Engineer Basuki Tjahaja Purnama MM as the keynote speaker for this special occasion, to the Honorable Director of the Center Democracy and National Resilience Study, Dr. Suni Ummul Firdausi SH.M. Hum, to the honorable of the speakers, participants, and the invited guests of today's international conference. Welcome to the International Conference for Democracy 2021. This conference will deliver to you many concepts related to the theme of the conference will be presented by our distinguished. Democracy will always be an interesting topic to discuss. As we all know, Norway, we are facing a pandemic that it's still not over yet. Thus, the current situation has the potential to endanger our democratic ecosystem. We are facing a very hard option between saving our peoples, defending the ecosystem via the general election. Still, we have to defend democracy whatever the situation is. All in all, I would like to emphasize that the national resolution of a country could not be realized without any good democracy system within the country. This conference will enhance our common knowledge related to democracy aspect and any subjects or topic which related to it. Moreover, I would like to appreciate all of the officers who are successfully organized this international conference. Without any further ado, let us enjoy and follow the conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to Professor of giving opening remark. And now it's time to opening ceremony of the International Conference for the 2001. With full of our, please Wibowo as Dr. Insinyur Ahmad Yunus MS as a Wakil Rektor Akademik dan Kemahasiswaan Universitas 11 Maret Indonesia to open this international conference by giving a speech. Professor Dr. Insinyur Ahmad Yunus.
I hear your voice. Thank
you. Please. Yunus MS for giving a speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Bapak Insinyur Basuki Tjahaja Purnama, the President Commissioner of Pertamina, the Honorable Professor Adjunct Professor, good morning, Professor Thomas Schmitz. Thank you for your participation. Dr. Norida binti Abdullah from Ummul Firdaus from Universitas Maret. Thank you, Ibu Dr. Ummul Firdaus, yeah, and all invited guests and everyone present here. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the International Conference for Democracy and National Resilience 2000. The theme in of electrified vehicle of democracy and community service. Since 2019, the Indonesian government has started to promote the implementation of battery-based electric motor vehicle. There is reason behind the government policy to continue encouraging this ecosystem. Indonesia has great potential to create electric vehicle based on an analysis of Indonesia financial balance in the last few decades. The trade balance deficit due to high import of fuel oil has become a problem. Of the nickel resources. Which are the basic capital for the minerals iron and aluminium, which can attract investors to invest in the automotive industry. Therefore, the battery-based transportation become one of the alternative energy options in the future of energy transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, in that we should applaud and appreciate a great desire of the Indonesian government to move toward sustainable and environmentally friendly transportation using electric vehicle. The time has come for Indonesia to welcome a new era of electric vehicle. The worsening air pollution has forward. The use of electric vehicle can help reduce air pollution. In 2012, UNS start developing electric bicycle as an effort to support the Green Campus program. As follow-up action, UNS has ventured to produce lithium battery as the main component of electric bicycle and vehicle. We must admit that one of the challenges in developing electrical bicycle is the relatively high cost of component and the limitedness of battery and charging infrastructure. However, to help the government in achieving the target of reduce greenhouse gas emission by 29% in 2030, vehicle is that Indonesia has abundant resources of raw material for lithium battery, such as nickel, cobalt, manganese, aluminium, and iron, become the main case competitive advantage among the world major electric vehicle producing countries. Hopefully, the government policy to encourage new and renewable utilization can be implemented as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, to close my remark, allow me to express my gratitude and appreciation to the Center of Democracy and National Resilience Study, Institute for Research and Community Services, UNS, for organizing this event well and successfully. I also would like to thank all speakers, invited guests, and participants of this conference. I'm sure you will hopefully this international conference will produce important input and recommendation for the government to achieve the desire to develop electric vehicle in the country. We say Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I declare that the International Conference for Democracy and National Resilience 2020 with theme Increasing National Resilience based on Electrified Vehicle Policy is officially open. I wish all of you productive and successful conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to Professor Dr. Insinyur Ahmad Yunus, MS, as a Wakil Rektor Akademik dan Kemahasiswaan Universitas Sebelas Maret, Indonesia, for giving the opening remark as well as a sign for the opening ceremony of this international conference. Before we move to the next time and schedule, now we have the first photo session. It's an honor to have you here today. Please, to all of the participants, open your camera. Let me counting the time for capturing the first photo session. And also you can capture it by yourself with your own. Okay, let me see your face clearly in your camera. One, two, three. Give your best smile, please. Next slide. One, two, three. Please give your best smile. For the next slide, the third slide. One, two, three. Please give your best smile. The fourth slide. One, two, three. Please give your best smile. Maybe for the last, for the fifth slide, before there are 15 slides in here in the Zoom closed meeting. So you can capturing by yourself, by your own devices. For the last slide in 5, 1, 2, 3, please give your best smile. Okay, thank you very much for the opening remark and opening ceremony that has given by Professor Dr. Insinyur Ahmad Yunus. Once again, do our respect and please thank you for Professor Dr. Akit Paramina Astirin. And thank you for the Dr. S.J. Ager Rahayu SPMP as a chairman of the International Conference for Democracy and National Resilience ICDNR 2021. Now I will remind you once again, to help us recognize you perfectly, please rename your identity of your Zoom closed meeting account with write down your full name. Please don't make any noise and sounds problem along this event. Please mute your audio, but do not forget to turning on your video and use the virtual background that we have already given to you. Last but not least, please fill the board of your registration for this international conference by open the link form that we will share in the chat room of this Zoom closed meeting. So we realize that you can get the e-certificate for this event. I will give you some information about National Conference. International Conference for Democracy and National Resilience 2021 with the big topic, increasing national resilience based on electrified vehicles policies. It's about Indonesian national resilience that are dynamic condition of the Indonesian nation that includes all aspects of integrated national life defense from disturbance, both from outside and from within the country, to ensure identity integration, survival of the nation and state, and the struggle to achieve national goals, the governance, enthusiasm to control industrial vehicles and electric design, and make Indonesia as a production and export base for electrified vehicles as a part of the mandate of Presidential Regulation number 55 of 2019 concerning the acceleration of the electrified vehicles based on the Battery Electric Vehicles BEV program for road transportation is carried out through accelerating the of domestic industries, providing providing infrastructure to support the viability of battery electric vehicles or BEV, preparing renewable energy to build fossil fuels, and protecting the environment. This is what motivates researchers for studies UTeM Tanas LPPM Universitas Sebelas Maret, holding an international conference with the grand topic increasing national resilience based on electrified vehicle policies. This is our first international conference. By holding this international conference, all participants will gain the right knowledge to create solution ideas to increase national resilience through the realization of a battery-based motor vehicles program. Now, for continuing this international conference, please, we can see the profile company, video profile company from the international conference. Please to Mr. Ivan to share the screen from our video company. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are moved to the next time and schedule. For the International Conference for Democracy and National Resilience 2021 ICDNR. Now in Indonesian time is 9 a.m. It's time to praises, time to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala with chanting prayers that will be led by Mr. Farhan Faturrahman from Pusdem Tanas LPPM Universitas Sebelas Maret. Dear Mr. Farhan Faturrahman, can you hear my voice?
Yes, clearly, Mr. Resti.
Okay. Please give for the praises time to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. We are now together chanting prayers by Mr. Farhan Faturrahman.
Thank you, Mrs. Resti, for the time. Good morning, everyone. Allow me to lead the prayer in this morning. Let's bow our heads together. I will lead the prayer according to Islam. Please, everyone with different beliefs, to conform to our prayer. Let us begin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafiru mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhika karimi wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma arinal haqqa haqqa
Recording stopped.
warzuqna ittiba'ah wa arinal batila batila warzuqna ijtinabah.
Recording in
Raditu billahi
progress.
rabba wa bil islami dina wa bi Muhammadin nabiyya wa rasula. Rabbi zidni ilma warzuqni fahma. Rabbi israh li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Subhanaka rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun alal mursalin. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Amen. Thank you everyone for all your attention. I hope we will have a great day today. Thank you once again. Back to you, Mrs. Resti.
Thank you very much to Mr. Farhan Faturrahman for leads our chanting prayers to praises time to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Okay, once again, I remind you, please, to all of the participants, to help us recognize you perfectly, please rename your identity of your Zoom Clothes meeting account with write down your full name. And please do not make any noise and sounds problem along this event. Please mute your audio, but do not forget to turning on your video and use the virtual background that we have already given to you. For your information, this International Conference for Democracy and National Resilience with the big topics or grand topics about increasing national resilience based on electrified vehicles policies is led by a chairman of ICDNR 2021. He is Dr. Tjahaja SPMP. Then we have a keynote speech from the President Commissioner of PT Pertamina Persero. He is Engineer Basuki Tjahaja Purnama, Magister Management, with the topic is strategy to accelerate new and renewable energy by replacing fossil fuels. And to all of the speakers that has been invited for this international conference today, there are Professor Dr. Thomas Schmitz, Adjunct Professor at the University of Göttingen, Germany, Dr. Norida binti Abdullah, Universiti Teknikal Melaka, Malaysia, Mr. Abraham Simon Esa, LL.M. from Hyundai Motors, Indonesia, and last but not least, Dr. Suni Ummul Firdaus Esa MH from Universitas Sebelas Maret, Indonesia. This international conference is presented and co-organizer by George August Universitas Göttingen, University of Bradford, Bob Jones University, South Carolina, United States of America, Universiti Teknikal Malaysia, Melaka, and also Hyundai Motors Company from Indonesia. Let me say hello for our friends in Bob Jones University. Can you hear my voice, Mr. Abraham, Bachelor of Art from Bob Jones University?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. How about my voice? Is it all right for you?
Yes, I can hear your voice clearly too. And how are you today? And how was your activity today in United States of America, in South Carolina, of course?
It's great to be here. Thank you for having me. I'm feeling great. Although it's very gloomy today. It's been a rainy couple days here in Greenville, South Carolina. So I'm assuming in Indonesia you guys are having better weather for sure. But yeah.
What time is it in South Carolina, Mr. Abraham?
It's 10:30 p.m. at night.
That's okay. It's time for you to take a rest, yes, because the
Yes.
United States of America and Indonesia are different, almost between in 11 until 12 hours.
Yes, 11
Is that
hours
right?
time
Yes.
difference, yeah.
And you're still here to joining our international conference.
My pleasure to be here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Abraham. And hopefully I will meet you soon as possible, maybe in Bob Jones University. We are going to South Carolina, United States of America, or maybe you will invite us to meet your lecturer in Bob Jones University, maybe.
Absolutely. I'm extending my greeting from Bob Jones, South Carolina. I would be glad to see each one of you here.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Abraham, for
Welcome. Thank
joining
you.
our international conference. See you. And then for the kick time of the schedule, this is also participant from University Teknikal of Melaka. And then I will also read the profile of the keynote speakers that was joining with us here. Good morning, Mr. Insinyur Basuki Tjahaja Purnama. Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, ST.
Yes, thank you.
I don't know if you speak Indonesia or English.
It doesn't matter. I will give you any choice. If you wanna speak in Bahasa, it doesn't matter for us. Okay, before, I'm sorry, Mr. Before I will read your profile before you have opening speech to the international conference.
Sorry.
Kami akan membacakan profil dari Presiden Komisioner PT Pertamina Persero sudah hadir dan bergabung bersama kami, Bapak Basuki Tjahaja Purnama. Saya mohon izin share screen.
Yeah, sorry, I have 2 meetings today. So,
of course, it doesn't matter, Mr. Yes, I know you are so busy, but we are very grateful, feeling grateful you can joining us live in our international conference.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Presiden Komisioner PT Pertamina Persero pada saat ini adalah Bapak Insinyur Basuki Tjahaja Purnama, Magister Manajemen, yang tentunya kita kenal sebagai Bapak Ahok. Selamat siang Bapak, selamat pagi menjelang siang Bapak Ahok. Apa kabar? Bagaimana? Ya, bagaimana dengan kesibukan beliau pada pagi hari ini yang sangat luar biasa, beliau menyempatkan untuk hadir dalam International Conference yang diselenggarakan oleh Pusdem Tanas LPPM UNS secara live. Dan berikut adalah profil singkat beliau dengan kata-kata mutiara yang luar biasa, akan sedikit saya bacakan. Manusia bisa mengambil banyak hal dari diri kita, tetapi mereka tidak bisa mencuri integritas kita. Nama baik kita, integritas atau kejujuran hanya bisa dibuang oleh kita sendiri, tetapi tidak bisa diambil dari kita. Disiplin adalah memutuskan apa yang bisa dilakukan dan melakukan dengan baik. Hiduplah untuk melayani dan menyelamatkan. Jangan melewatkan satu kesempatan sekalipun, maka kamu akan menjadi salah satu kekuatan yang terkuat di negara kita. Integritas dan disiplin adalah fondasi keberhasilan dalam usaha. Luar biasa kata mutiara yang dibuat oleh Bapak Basuki Tjahaja Purnama. Di sini juga sedikit profil singkat beliau. Nama beliau adalah Insinyur Basuki Tjahaja Purnama. Lahir di Manggar, Belitung Timur, tanggal 29 Juni 1966. Pendidikan sarjana Strata 1, Teknik Geologi Fakultas Teknologi Mineral Universitas Trisakti Jakarta. S2 Magister Manajemen Universitas Prasetya Mulia Jakarta. Pengalaman beliau seperti yang tertampil dalam layar Zoom meeting kita. Tahun 1992 hingga 2005, Direktur PT Norida Eka Persada. Tahun 1994 hingga tahun 1995, Staf Direksi Bidang Analisa Biaya dan Keuangan PT Simaksindo Primadaya. Tahun 1994 membangun cikal bakal kawasan industri air kelik. 2004 dan 2025 sebagai DPRD Kabupaten Belitung Timur dari Partai Perhimpunan Indonesia Baru. 2005 hingga 2006 Bupati Kabupaten Belitung Timur. 2009 hingga 2012 Dewan Perwakilan Rakyat dari Partai Golkar. 2012 hingga 2014 Wakil Gubernur Provinsi DKI Jakarta. 2014 hingga 2017 Gubernur Provinsi DKI Jakarta. 2019 hingga saat ini sebagai Komisaris Utama PT Pertamina Persero. Tentunya penghargaan beliau sangat banyak, luar biasa. 2006 pernah mendapatkan PIN emas dari Forum Demokrasi Merdeka. 2006 sebagai 10 tokoh yang mengubah Indonesia versi majalah Tempo. 2007 sebagai tokoh anti korupsi 2006 dari Koalisi Kebersamaan 3 Pilar Kemitraan. 2016 Gus Dur Award, kiprah Basuki di bidang politik dan pemerintahan dinilai selaras dengan pemikiran mantan Presiden Republik Indonesia ketiga, Abdurrahman Wahid, yang tegas serta tidak takut menentang arus dalam membuat kebijakan. 2017 sebagai 100 Global Thinkers versi majalah Foreign Policy Magazine. 2019 Roseno Award di tahun 2019 sebagai tokoh Indonesia yang mengilhami etos kerja dan integritas. Luar biasa penghargaan atau achievement yang diperoleh oleh Bapak Ahok. Langsung saja mungkin untuk mempersingkat waktu dan juga karena beliau memiliki kesibukan yang luar biasa pada hari ini, harus mengikuti berbagai agenda, kami persilahkan kepada Mr. Basuki Tjahaja Purnama untuk memberikan opening speech dalam International Conference pada hari ini. Silakan Bapak.
Enter into 10 years yang job IRS approximately. So next.
Ya sebentar nih, saya harus.
Kita lihat Pak, ini mungkin aja, tapi buat saya adalah 10 tahun pertama itu.
Sorry, ini saya harus matikan sebentar ya.
Baik Bapak.
Ya, yang saya hormatin Bapak Rektor Universitas 11 Maret, Prof. Jamal Wibowo. Yang saya hormati juga Chair of Institute for Research and Community Service, LL.M, Profesor Okit Paramaas Tirin, and the Honorable Chair of International Conference for Democracy and 21, Dr. Hayu. Para pembicara dalam konferensi internasional, Prof. Thomas Schmitz from Germany, Dr. Norida from Malaysia, and Mr. Abraham Simon from Hyundai Motor Indonesia, and Dr. Sunni Firdaus dari UNS. Terus juga yang saya hormati seluruh dosen, mahasiswa Universitas 11 Maret, dan peserta yang hadir dalam ICDNR 2021. Nah, terima kasih. I don't know, you like me to speak in English or Indonesia? Kita MC?
Yes, it doesn't matter if you want to speak in bahasa.
Itu yang lain ada terjemahan Indonesia nggak?
I'm sorry, we don't have translator
Oh,
for
okay.
this international
I
conference.
think I try to speak in English. It's better ya, because this is the audience perlu English. Ini semua orang kita atau gimana?
Better in English, Pak. Better in English.
Better in English. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me as one of the speaker in your this program. Today, I think everybody know about this a famous one. The two things we know. One is about the COVID-19, and the other is talking about the transition energy. I call this situation is a new thing in the earth. And today you want to talk about how to strategy to accelerate new and renewable energy by replacing fossil fuel. This morning, I have a meeting. There's a two window. Today is the 2-window meeting. It's talking about making acquisition about solar energy. What I want to tell you about today, for me, COVID-19 pandemic is not only a new norm, but really a new thing on earth, because we are being forced to adjust in growing a new behavior and forget the old way. Then this is, for us, is the best opportunity for us. Suddenly, the playing field become the same level ground for everybody. Nobody has a new experience about this situation. And this concept also could apply with transition energy, where we face new potential source of energy, such as solar panel, hydrogen, geothermal, in which we cannot miss the momentum. As you know, Pertamina is the biggest oil and gas company in Indonesia. Pertamina main business surely come from fossil fuel. Therefore, changing the mindset to aggressively develop new renewable energy without losing our business in fossil fuel is a challenge of its own. What we have to do, the first, we have to improving manpower management to grow new mindset in facing energy transition. What we are doing today in Pertamina is reforming manpower management is one of the board of commissioner main focus. We push the management to be really fair and transparent by developing manpower improvement initiative, such as internal job posting. Is a system that encourages employees to compete over a certain position, like manager, vice president, and senior vice president. We also push the management to improve employee performance evaluation system. So the assessment will solely based on employees' performance with minimum subjective judgment. And the other or M is simple. We want Pertamina to have the right man in the right position. For what? Because, you know, Pertamina endeavors to face energy transition. That's why when you talk about facing energy transition, Board of Commissioner encourage Pertamina to focus. One is improving petrochemical industry. In bigger picture, Pertamina's main task is to optimize our foreign exchange. If not to improve them, at least we aim to save the reserve. We like to say in Indonesia, what you know, UUD, ujung-ujung duit. But for me, is ujung-ujung is a devisa. We talk about not optimization cost optimization, but we talk about devisa optimization. And moreover, our subholding new renewable energy, we already have a subholding for this new renewable energy. We call it a PT Pertamina Power Indonesia. Is now constructing a roadmap to develop Pertamina direction and focus in new renewable energy. We don't want to lose any precious momentum. We also have built a partnership with other state-owned companies such as PLN, Anthem, and MinID to establish Indonesia Battery Corporation. In the future, we aim our Perta shop. This is a Pertamina small fuel shop in remote places. We have a one village, at least one Perta shop policy to be able to sell not only fuel, but also battery or like an exchange battery. We believe in the future, we have to control the logistics supply chain. That's why our target, at least we have one Perta shop in the whole village in Indonesia. There will be a 77,000 location. So I also believe the key to advance petrochemical industry and new renewable energy development is through first strategic partnership with eligible players in the field where we could share risk, gain, technology, knowledge, and market. Second, we do an aggressive digitalization initiative as the supporting tools for the management to take business decision and develop business strategy. Another issue is we will do a merger and acquisition, the new renewable energy, like the biggest solar panel business. And also we're thinking about hydrogen. We believe in Pertamina infrastructure, existing infrastructure, like a refinery, like a piping, like a ship. Hydrogen is the potential. Even today, it's still not feasible in the business, but we believe in the next 5-10 years, hydrogen is one of the best sources to replace fossil fuel energy. I believe like I said, this is a real new thing on earth. This is also open or opportunity, especially for the young generation. You have opportunity to have access and very fluent in technology. You could discover many new information. And today, everything become new. After COVID-19, everybody try to find out which kind of new renewable energy is the best solution. And we also believe in the next future. Like we know, the young generation, we really care about the green energy. And we care about our earth, or we care about our future life, clean energy. That's why we believe today the our competitive advantage in Indonesia. We already have a good, a productive, we call it a surplus, a population surplus. This is our biggest opportunity. But another, we must always remember that the innovation itself should not be left as idea only. That's why I like to encourage and give the young generation, you must be brave to execute in accordance with the law or the idea. So we're really open for working in cooperation together with the university like Sebelas Maret and also our strategic partner. We open because I told you many times, this is a new things on earth. We don't know what will happen. We don't know how long the variant of the COVID will come to us. But the most important is we never give up. And we already know we will leave the fossil fuel and we will face and use a new and renewable energy for our life for the future. And we could not say no to everything from the petrochemical product. That's why we believe Pertamina already exists with the refinery. We developed the new refinery. This one packet with the petrochemical. And also we prepare for partnership for hydrogen and also for the transition. We talk about geothermal and talk about the solar panel. That's what I could share about what the Pertamina strategy and what we are doing right now. And I have to say sorry. I have to back to my meeting. I hope what I share will give you another insight and another perspective about the Indonesian strategy, especially if come from Pertamina. Thank you very much. And I hope you could understand what I'm talking about. And I hope my English is not too bad for you to understand. Thank you very much.
Yes, of course, Mr. Basuki, we are clearly understanding about your speech. Thank you very much for giving us opening speech. But before you are leave the Zoom meeting, let us please have a photo session for the second with you. Apakah diizinkan untuk sesi foto bersama terlebih dahulu sebelum Bapak menjalankan proses meeting? Ya, baik, terima kasih. Mohon untuk seluruh peserta, please to all of participants, open your camera. And now we get the second photo session with Mr. Basuki Tjahaja. 1, 2, 3. Please give the best smile. Next slide. 1, 2, 3. Please give your best smile. And for the other slide, you can also capturing by yourself, by your own devices. Please, 1, 2, 3, give your big smile. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Basuki Tjahaja
Terima
Purnama.
kasih.
It's a
Terima kasih ya.
great honor for us to see you at this international conference. Thank you for the time you have given for the opening speech. See you in the next event.
See you. Sorry for could not attend the whole session.
Thank you, Mr. Basuki.
Then my regard to Prof. Dr. Thomas Schmitz. Nice to meet you too. Website. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terima kasih ya.
Thank you,
Maturnuun,
Mr.
Pak.
Norida juga.
Maturnuun.
Abraham dan Pak Suni. Bye. See you.
See you.
See you the next.
Thank you, Mr. Basuki.
Before we move to the next time and schedule, ladies and gentlemen, there is the time for us for this special event. The moderator will guide the presentation from all of the speakers and discussion session for this international conference. He is our friend. He is a lecturer at Private Law Division at Faculty of Law Universitas Sebelas Maret, Indonesia. He is already here with us. Please welcome Mr. Dona Budi Karisma, SHM. Can you hear my voice, Mr. Dona?
Yes, Miss Sesti, thank you.
Yes, how are you today?
I'm fine. How about you?
Of course, feeling grateful because I can meet all of the participants. There are up to 365 participants here. Congratulations. And please, I will give the time to Mr. Dona Budi Karisma to guide the international conference for today.
Okay, thank you, Esti. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dona, the moderator of today's conference. I'm very pleased to see you here and welcome of all you to this virtual conference. Today's conference is about increasing national resilience based on electrified vehicle policy. By holding this international conference, all participants will gain the knowledge to create solution ideas to increase national resilience through the realization of a battery-based motor vehicle program. Later, the ideas gathered from all participants of the international conference will be made in proceeding international with Atlantis Press. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 speakers. The first speaker is Professor Dr. Thomas Schmitz from the University of Göttingen, Germany. Hello, Prof. Thomas. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Selamat siang.
Prof. Thomas, apa kabar?
Selamat siang. Baik.
Baik, thank you. And the second speaker is Mr. Abraham Simon, LL.M. He is head of legal department from Hyundai Motor Indonesia. Hello, Mr. Abraham. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Abraham. The third speaker is Dr. Norida binti Abdullah. She is senior lecturer at Universiti Teknikal Malaysia, Melaka, UTeM. Assalamualaikum, Dr. Norida.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nice to meet you all guys here. Okay. Baik, alhamdulillah di sini.
Thank you, Dr. Norida.
Okay.
The fourth speaker is Dr. Suni Ummul Firdaus. She is senior lecturer at Faculty of Law Universitas Sebelas Maret Indonesia. She expert in constitutional law. Halo, Dr. Suni.
Selamat pagi, Pak Dona. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Dr. Suni. Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Thank you. And fifth speaker, Dr. Zaid Hussein, but unfortunately, Dr. Setusen cannot attend with us because he have other assignment. So he gave permission with us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before the presentation begins, let me inform how the presentation will be going on. First, our speaker will be invited to present the material. After our speaker is finished, there will be question and answer session, and followed by conclusion. Now, allow me to welcome our first speaker, Professor Dr. Thomas Schmitz, to deliver his presentation. Prof. Thomas, are you ready?
Yes. Yes. Okay.
How about share screen, Prof. Thomas?
I will do. Just a
yes.
moment.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
So now it should be shared.
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Thomas. Okay. Time is yours, Mr. Thomas.
Terima kasih.
Silakan.
Terima kasih. Well, selamat siang, ladies and gentlemen. I am happy to speak again at the conference of Universitas Sebelas Maret. I have been there twice already in Solo. I like that second capital in the area here next to Jogja. And at the moment, I am working at a guest professor at UTeM. So it's not far, but in the pandemic, we cannot meet physically. We only can meet online. So I hope next time we can meet in Solo again. Thank you very much for the invitation and for this very interesting conference on a very topic subject. I will talk about human rights and the use of the advanced digital technologies of the fourth industrial revolution for electrified vehicles, but also self-driving cars and driverless public transport, which is coming too. The shift from fossil fuel to electrified vehicles will bring a profound civilizational and economic change. Generally, cars will become technically simpler and in the long run, cheaper and easier to maintain, with considerable economic consequences. Some car-related sectors of the economy will shrink. Prime manufacturers in the northern countries may lose their prime position in the market, and production may change to the newly industrialized countries, a big chance for Indonesia. On the other hand, new infrastructures need to be built for the energy supply of the electrified vehicles. We are still far away from it. Using electrified vehicles will only be the first stage of this development. Since cars will be equipped with cutting-edge IT systems, but they will not be rolling fuel bombs anymore, they will soon be able to drive autonomously or to be controlled externally. The use of the advanced digital technologies of the fourth industrial revolution, in particular, the all-encompassing, overarching interconnection and artificial intelligence, will even allow the comprehensive coordination of self-driving electrified vehicles, the second generation of them, in highly integrated, smart traffic flow management systems that optimize individual traffic and increase road capacity. Ladies and gentlemen, when I see the young faces here, I'm very sure and most of you will still see that the vehicles will drive automatically. It's a totally different way than what we have now. The same techniques allow for more efficient and cheaper driverless public transport. For example, driverless subway systems. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask you to download my paper. You can do that from my Yogyakarta website. So I have detailed paper prepared. Maybe I can show you there. Just a moment. Yes, I will show you. So on my website, you can download it, but I think it also has already been shared by the organizers. So there you can find all the details of what I said. Well, from a human rights perspective, this change is generally to be welcomed. Why? It is a suitable way to reduce air pollution, to combat climate change, and to protect the citizens' health, which has been compromised by toxic vehicle exhaust from fuel fossil cars far too long. The use of the fourth industrial revolution technologies supports this approach by optimizing individual and public transport and thus minimizing pollution in the long term. The protection of the citizen against environmental health impairment, in particular those caused by vehicle travel, is a classical fundamental obligation of the state, anchored in the Constitution by fundamental rights norms or special clauses on the protection of the environment. For example, a principle of the protection of the foundations of life under the German Basic Law, or the Charter for the Environment as part of the French Constitution. In Indonesia, it is anchored by the right to enjoy a good and healthy environment under Article 28H, Section 1 of the Constitution of 1945. Two recent court decisions that have attracted worldwide attention underscore this obligation. In March of this year, no, in September, sorry, of this year, just 2 weeks ago, the Central Jakarta District Court ordered the Indonesian president and senior national and regional government officials to take a stronger measure against air pollution in Jakarta. Although the Central Jakarta District Court considered ordinary law to be violated, not human rights, this decision will trigger a vivid debate among legal scholars, not only in Indonesia. In the landmark decision of March 2021, the German Federal Constitutional Court declared parts of the German Federal Climate Change Act void because they deferred effective climate action too much into the future. Change today may be necessary to avoid more severe restrictions in the future. The court emphasized that the constitutional rights of the citizens also serve as intertemporal guarantees of freedom. They do not allow to offload the inevitable burdens of greenhouse gas reduction for climate protection unilaterally onto future generations who will suffer in the future. While the decision raises difficult dogmatic questions, it strikes a chord with society. The younger generation in Europe is already accusing the older generation of egoistically delaying necessary changes in technology and lifestyle at the expense of the younger. So the transition to electrified vehicles, which are much cleaner, may also serve to save intergenerational peace. For the legal discussion of our topic, some aspects need to be clarified. First, on the terminology. In order to avoid misunderstandings which sometimes occur in Southeast Asia, under the common international legal terminology, which differs are the prelate legal, the natural rights of the human being, according to philosophy, and also the rights guaranteed in international human rights treaties, who just pretend to reflect these philosophical rights. Fundamental rights are the legal position created by the implementation of the idea of human rights into the constitutional law. So what is called human rights in the Indonesian constitution, dogmatically, for the lawyers, it is fundamental rights, not human rights. The two sets of standards are independent from each other, but complement each other. The authorities must comply with both the international human rights treaties, in particular the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and with the fundamental rights under the Constitution. Which rights are primary concern? Well, the regulations on electrified vehicles, and later the restrictions of using the old type fossil fuel dirty vehicles, will affect business and professional life, such as the professional freedom or the freedom to conduct a business. But this is not a specific problem of this technology. This comes with every progress in regulation. The first focus of my analysis will be on property, the right to physical integrity. Oh, sorry, something has gone wrong. The right to physical integrity and also the right to life. Classical rights, which are anchored heterogeneously in the human rights treaties and constitution. These rights will be affected in the case of accidents caused by the technical failures in the use of the new technologies. And there will be many accidents with this. A second focus will be on the right to privacy and connected rights. Privacy is guaranteed under Article 17 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which has been ratified by Indonesia, and in numerous national constitutions. It is also politically recognized in Article 12 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Article 21 of the ASEAN Human Rights Declaration. In Germany, my home country, a highly developed and differentiated system of rights with a rich and complicated jurisprudence has emerged. Distinct rights of privacy in one's own picture, in one's own spoken word, right of informational self-determination, data protection, and right to ensure confidentiality and integrity of IT systems. They are all comply in one combined general right of personality. These rights will be affected in daily life by the large-scale collecting, storing, sharing, and exploiting of personal data by the new technological digital technologies, inside and outside the electrified vehicle. We must not just consider the vehicles. Electric cars will become a part of an integrated system. So that means the infrastructure outside, the traffic control systems which will be erected, all that must be seen together with the vehicle. There are two dimensions of the commitment to human and fundamental rights. First, the state and all public institutions have the duty to respect them. This is relevant when public authorities run their own technical system, for example, for traffic control or for a fully automatized public transport. They must design and manage these systems in a way that technical failures or manipulations from outside are effectively excluded. Furthermore, the state must protect the citizen against threats emanating from private persons, including the threats emanating from the use of private vehicles. This second dimension of human rights has been worked out best in the jurisprudence of the European Court of Human Rights, its doctrine of positive obligations of the state, and in the jurisprudence of the German Federal Constitutional Court, its doctrine of the state's duties of protection. The Human Rights Committee under the ICCPR has confirmed positive obligations under the Global Human Rights Treaty too. So the state must ensure by substantive measures, mainly adopting and enforcing regulations, that the private operation of electrified vehicles, self-driving cars, and driverless transport system, public transport, good transport, anything, that it is safe and that it refrains from unjustified privacy encroachment. However, since the state must take into account all conflicting interests, it enjoys a wide margin of discretion whose limits are still diffuse in legal doctrine. The distinction between the duties to respect and to protect is important, since in the second case, the private operator is primarily responsible, and the standard for the state's precautions are lower. However, in the case of highly integrated systems with various private and public players involved, for example, maybe 20, 30 self-driving cars combined on the road, whose speed and distance is coordinated by a control system of the local government, which uses the service of a private 5G provider. You see, this distinction then between duties of respect and duties of to protect is not easy. There are some difficult challenges waiting for us. Since in the future, and you will see that in your life already, the cars cannot be seen individual anymore. They will become, usually in daily life, an integrated part of an integrated system, which is run by a couple of public and private players together. Well, what are the problems? First of all, the shift to electrified vehicles as such is not a problem from the perspective of human rights. Of course, vehicles with an electric drive they bring new risks. The high voltage system for the drive can cause serious accidents and even death in the event
Recording in progress.
Car batteries safer. The risks of the old fossil-fueled vehicles with their fuel lines and tanks filled with a highly explosive, poisonous, and environmental hazardous chemical, they were greater. So the state must simply do its job, as with any other new technology. So let me say that clearly from the human rights perspective, the shift to electrified vehicles as such is nothing special. Now, however, we come to the problems with the technologies in or in connection with the electrified vehicles. The picture changes when we look at this combination. There will be a broad use of a wide range of sensors, including cameras everywhere, of supercomputers and other high-tech equipment, both stationary in the new infrastructures which will be created on the streets, in the public transport systems everywhere, and mobile in the vehicles. We will see an all-embracing interconnection of electrified vehicles, public and private infrastructures, and users. This will lead to a massive, fully automatized and transparent acquisition, flow, merge, accumulation, procession, and advanced use of personal and non-personal data by a multitude of public and private players. From the perspective of data protection, this is the help. This will all be accompanied by a growing use of artificial intelligence for a comprehensive smart public traffic flow management, which will regulate the speed, the distance, the acceleration and deceleration of the car. You will not do that yourself anymore. The use of lanes on the street, and later possibly even the routing of individual vehicles. How do you go from Solo to Jogja? That will be all governed by these integrated traffic flow management systems. And the cars will just follow the orders of the system, technically. In the field of public transport, artificial intelligence will serve to operate and optimize whole, fully autonomous, that means driverless, transport systems like drone delivery systems, subways, tram systems, and so on. Theoretically, much of this would be possible with fossil-fueled vehicles too. But due to the high risks of operating explosion-driven vehicles without direct human supervision, it does not happen in practice. So with the new electric cars, it will happen. What are the risks? Well, numerous accidents will be caused by malfunctions of the smart integrated system due to flaws in the design, poor interaction of the various players, unforeseen problems not taken into account in the design of the system, or other technical failures. Criminals and terrorists will hack into the integrated system, causing spectacular accidents and gridlocks, or manipulating the traffic flow in their criminal interest. You can see a good example in the American haste action thriller, The Italian Job of 2003. I don't know if you have seen it. It's often showed at the moment on TV in Indonesia. Everything can be controlled by hackers once they enter in. What seemed far away in 2003 when they made this movie become easily reality in the near future. Closer to the citizen is the high risk of abuse of the immense stock of personal data by public authority or abused by private persons. For example, for personal surveillance of people, supported by artificial intelligence-driven automatic face recognition, for profiling, or for economic exploitation, for example, targeted marketing. Finally, there is the risk of blurred responsibilities in the transparent, complex integrated system to which the vehicles will be connected. They will be part of it. That's to give you one example of the difficult questions who come up for the lawyers. Who will pay for the damage in case of an accident between self-driving electrified cars if the traffic control system was irritated by the weather conditions? The cars were reasonably maintained, but the sensors dirty and the brakes a little bit worn out. The software certified, but with some bugs. The car's operation system not recently updated, and the local 5G too slow at that day to transport enough information in time. Complicated situations and challenges for the lawyers waiting. I can just talk about some general solution approaches now. First, of course, the state must adopt a proactive policy, which will include comprehensive regulation, demanding safety standards, and an effective administrative control. All this not only for the electrified vehicles, but also for the relevant infrastructure run by private persons, run by public authorities on all levels. And also of the software employed, which is more important in the future. Classical instruments will be type approvals, individual approvals, and periodic inspections of vehicles, of infrastructure systems, of software. The type inspection of the software must include a mandatory inspection of the software source code, which must be made open in order to effectively rule out abuse. Otherwise, we will get what you can see in the apocalyptic action thrillers. Moreover, the new risks demand the regulation and administrative control of the use of artificial intelligence in sensitive contexts. Algorithms for AI need to be transparent to the authorities and improved by them. There must be a screening for hidden safety risks, and there must be a screening for potential hidden discrimination by the artificial intelligence. For example, on grounds of the race or the sex of the driver or passenger, or on grounds of the size, the type, or the place of registration of the car, and so on. Such, yes,
your time only
3 minutes.
Okay.
Such discrimination has already occurred in the use of artificial intelligence before. Furthermore, the law should provide basic criteria and minimum standards for the reaction in dilemma situations. Shall the self-driving car decide to dodge the child on the road and endanger the life of its passenger, or to prioritize the safety of the passenger and stay on the road and kill the child? Such serious decisions cannot be left to software programmers, but must be taken by the democratically legitimized legislator. They will require a thorough ethical and legal public discussion. Other approaches are the strict limitation of personal data collection or to what is necessary for the specific purpose, not for any other purpose, by mandatory law without the possibility of overriding by consent of the users, and the strict separation of the collected personal data from those collected for other purposes, for example, by the police. Finally, we need a strict liability under the new complex technologies. Because all these new technologies bear a high risk of accident, but the responsibility, the fault will be very difficult to determine in case of accident. So we need a general introduction of strict liability, liability without fault, as it is already common for cars. But we need that also for the infrastructures, for the software and other devices which are integrated in these new transport systems. So my
about
Recording in
transition
progress.
from the transition from fossil fuel to electrified vehicle also human-like problem. Okay, thank you, Prof. Thomas. And the second speaker is Mr. Abraham Simon. Is the head of vehicle department from Hyundai Motor. Are you ready, Mr. Abraham?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abraham. Time is yours, Mr. Abraham.
I think I have shared the material to your.
Yes, from your PC, or we can help you.
Okay.
Okay,
all right.
Mr. Abraham. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much for everyone. Good morning to the respective rector for Sebelas Maret University, Professor Jamal, and the chair of the Institute of Research and Community Services for Professor Purnama, and chair of the International Conference for Democracy and National Resilience, Dr. Rahayu, and the respective keynote speaker, Mr. Basuki Purnama, and to all the respective invited speaker. And good morning to all audience. Thank you for having me here to represent the Hyundai Motors Indonesia. Okay, next slide, please. All right. At this moment, I would like to explain more deeply about the electrified vehicles and relate it also with all the material to support the electric vehicles in Indonesia. And as you already know, EVs are a type of eco-friendly car. So how many types of eco-friendly cars are there as of now? In this opportunity, let me explain firstly the type of eco-friendly cars and the differences of each type. If you see the slide, there are 4 types of eco-friendly cars. This includes hybrids, which is used both the engine and electric motor. Plug-in hybrids that charge electricity but also use power from the engine. Electric vehicles that run only by charging the battery. And last, fuel cell electric vehicles that generate electricity by combining oxygen and hydrogen. So in this slide, I explain about what is the differences between hybrids, plug-in hybrids, electric vehicles, and the fuel cell electric vehicles. Next slide, please. Okay, these are 5 key components that make up electric vehicles. The battery is where the electricity is stored. So how much electricity can be stored and how much its size and weight can be reduced, it is crucial. The motors turn electrical energy into kinetic energy, and the decelerator uses this energy to turn to the tires. The motor includes OBC and EPCU, which is OBC is the onboard charger and the EPCU is the power control tower inside the vehicle. It converts AC to DC voltage, etc., to supply appropriate power where it's needed. And the next slide, please. The paradigm of the automobile market is shifting to eco-friendly cars. In this chapter, we will take a look at the overall market conditions of the eco-friendly car market. Eco-friendly cars, some might be complacent about this market, thinking that it is still small, that we should continue to focus on selling internal combustion engine cars as they sell best right now. But if you look at the current status of the eco-friendly car market status and the reasons why things are as they are, you will realize why the automobile industry needs to focus on the production and sales of eco-friendly cars. Okay, next slide. And the answer is, this is because of the global environmental regulations. It means that the international trend is accelerating toward a consensus that global warming can no longer be prevented. While this movement may be somewhat slow due to the economic issues resulting from the coronavirus pandemic, the US and Europe are complying with fuel efficiency policies, as you can see, and most countries are pursuing plans to only allow the sale of eco-friendly cars by 2030. These regulations, mandatory sales of eco-friendly cars, and purchase support policies are urging automobile makers to accelerate the release of eco-friendly cars. Eco-friendly cars accounted for just 3% of new cars in 2020 based on the result that we researched. But over 50% of new cars released in 2040 will be eco-friendly cars. This means that 33% of all automobiles in the world will be eco-friendly cars. As you already know, while sales of combustion engine vehicles are dropping, EV sales are growing rapidly at an annual average rate of 28%. And the age of eco-friendly cars might come earlier than expected. That means we should prepare ourselves as soon as possible, as best as we can. Next slide. If you see this slide, based on our data, in 2020, EV market share in the world is increased 4.2%, and China is the largest market of EV. Even during the situation of pandemic, market still growing 43%, especially in the battery electric vehicle that's showed by graphic. And how about the prediction until 2030? We found that the internal combustion engine number will continue to decline while battery electric vehicle and plug-in hybrid electric vehicle will increase. Market share of EV will reach 25% in 2030. Then battery electric vehicle will reach around 81% of total EV sold. So if this happened in Indonesia today, we can reduce the level of high emission in the future. And what are the advantages of electric vehicles that are making consumers get rid of their internal combustion car? The first is economic feasibility. Though it is initially more expensive to purchase an EV, national and local governments offer a range of purchase subsidies, while EV adoption is in the initial stage. While penalties for internal combustion cars are growing, EV owners in many countries are being offered an assortment of tax benefits and other discounts. But the total cost of ownership of EV is growing, and therefore, the period in which electric vehicle will have an economic feasibility advantage over internal combustion cars is coming to an end. In conclusion, it will be more economical to purchase EV now before these purchase subsidies are no longer offered. You can see this slide. This is a table comparing the total cost ownership of combustion engine cars and electric vehicles. While EV costs more to purchase, that cost is offset by their low charging and maintenance costs. There are also many diverse benefits, such as tax cuts, free charging, free parking, and no restriction on city driving. Electric vehicles become more economical the more you use them, while it's quite convenient. Consumer perception of eco-friendly cars are also becoming more and more positive. Many consumers recognize that the importance of environmental protection, and growing number are choosing EVs to help with the environment. As the number of users continues to grow, eco-friendly car performance and charging infrastructure have improved greatly, and consumers creating the perception that an EV. It is now safe to say that the age of eco-friendly cars has opened. The advantage of EV is that since they use it for power or gas smells, you can imagine just how pleasant it will be indoors. Some claim that using EV is not actually eco-friendly because electricity is also produced through thermal power generation. The production process considered, EV are still much more environment friendly than internal combustion engine cars. Next slide. So at this slide, I'm going to explain about the eco-friendly cars in Hyundai Motors Group. So now I will play a video about our future technology in our next product. So please play. Okay, thank you for watching the video. So we will provide human-centered innovative interior concepts and progressive electrification experience to our customers, which they did not experience before by applying, for example, next generation progressive electrification system and compact and efficient batteries and e-motors. And Hyundai plans to develop a total 44 different eco-friendly cars by 2025, so that it can become a leading automaker for the age of eco-friendly cars. And in the next slide, we will develop hybrids and plug-in hybrids electric vehicles as well, but we plan to focus on developing EV. Develop at least 2 fuel cell EV models. Next slide. All right. Next slide, please. All right. In this slide, I would like to explain that Ioniq has been recognized not only in the US, but also in many European countries. It was selected as the car of the year by Next Green Car, a British eco-friendly car magazine, in 2016. While in Germany, the Ioniq Electric took first place in the eco test by ADAC, Germany's largest automobile federation, in 2017. In the Netherlands, 100 Ioniqs were used to launch Europe's first EV-only car sharing service in 2017. Next slide, please. While the Ioniq was popular among Hyundai's eco-friendly cars, the most popular was the Kona Electric. Kona Electric was selected as a car of the year by the British eco-friendly car ranking website, Next Green Car, in 2018. And next slide. In 2019, the Kona Electric was selected as the North American SUV of the year and received great praise from automobile experts. The sign gallant new polish the reason for their selection, Kona Electric fit the image of Switzerland as a clean country. And you all might be questioning about how we can recycle used battery from electric vehicles. In Korea, in our headquarters, we have applied a kind of how to recycle our used batteries from our electric vehicle. So this video might explain a little bit for your understanding the way how can we reduce our battery in Korea. So this system of how we recycling our used battery of electric vehicle was developed in Korea and applied. We are still development holders. We never know what happened in the future, but Hyundai has the, how to say that, a great future for Indonesia to support the development of electric vehicles. Next slide, please. The global automobile sector is steadily marching towards an electric vehicle revolution, and Indonesia is no exception. The Indonesian government is fostering its Indonesian EV market by providing new opportunities for investors globally. President Joko Widodo introduction of the new presidential regulation, foreign electric vehicles company interested in expanding its operation will now benefit from more relaxed policies when setting up in Indonesia. Next slide, please. The use of fossil fuel-based vehicles also increases carbon emission in Indonesia. If you see this slide, this report said that the carbon emission from the transportation sector are the second largest after the. If there is no immediate change in the transportation sector from fossil fuel-based vehicles, Indonesia's air pollution level will increase. One way is by using electric vehicle to reduce carbon emission from the transportation sector. You can see this slide. EV market in Indonesia is 41%. That is above average. In 2020. Hyundai Motors Indonesia is the largest EV sales in Indonesia. Next slide. And after doing research to Indonesian consumers transition, the reason of Indonesian customers changed to EV from the combustion engines is environmental awareness, better safety standards, lower maintenance cost of EV, ability to fast charge. Like in Indonesia, 58% Indonesian consumer thinks EV maintenance fees is cheaper than combustion car. Owning an EV is relatively easy and more cost effective. Maintenance is required only once a year for every 15,000 kilometers. Next slide. Yes. In 2018, mostly the barrier of owns EV are about charging. But in 2020, the barrier about charging is tend to decrease. It shows that consumer is more optimistic and confident to accept EV. And charging station in Indonesia is increased. And at the next slide, I will show you the detail. Next slide, please. The awareness level and intention to buy EV in Indonesia is highest than ASEAN countries average. Since the launching last year, consumer responses have been very positive for Hyundai's EV. It can be seen from the increase of sales since its launching in early November. The Ioniq Electric and Kona Electric have received more than 500 unit orders. Next slide. Yes. Indonesia government strategy to support the development of electrical vehicle industry in Indonesia. It's also rapidly changing and rapidly developed. If you see my next slide, the EV sector is considered a priority under the recent positive investment list issued by the Indonesian government. Business line in this list entitles investor to enjoy benefits ranging from 100% foreign ownership to leveraging various tax incentives. So Indonesia has established so many regulations related with the EV, trying to develop the EV in Indonesia. Next slide. And many people are worrying about is Indonesian people capable to follow this development of EV technologies? Currently, Hyundai Motors Indonesia are involving in the focus group discussion team to preparing the draft of Indonesian National Work Competency Standard, or we can call in Indonesia SKKNI, in the field of service and maintenance of EV. So competency infrastructure in preparing human resource related service and maintenance of EV has been prepared by Institute Automotive Indonesia. Collaborate with the stakeholders such as association and then the business actors of automobiles, education unit, industrial practitioners, organized by Ministry of Industry. So the preparation of this SKKNI is intended to complement the SKKNI regulation before number 92 and 105 of 2018 concerning the four-wheeled automobile service industry. Competencies that will be arranged are that the level of position above the operator. So we believe that the EV technology will be mastered by local Indonesian mechanics. Next slide. In this next slide, I'm going to explain about Hyundai's EV and infrastructure in Indonesia. These are two types of Hyundai EV products that has published in Indonesia. There is Hyundai Ioniq EV and Hyundai Kona EV. You can see in details on the presentation about the differences, about the comparison between each other. And maybe you can try to combine with your combustion car. Next slide. Next slide. And you might be questioning about how can we recharge our EV if we buy an EV. There are 4 ways to recharge EV. The first one is you can recharge your EV in the electric vehicle public charge section, or we can call it in Indonesia SPKLU, which is built by Indonesia government state-owned enterprises, PLN. And Hyundai also offer free for every Hyundai EV buying for wall charger. So you can attach that wall charger into your house or your office or your apartment. And the third one is related with the mobile charger at home. So you can charge by yourself with your own cable charger. And the fourth one, Hyundai Indonesia are providing emergency mobile charger. So if you as a consumer run out, and you can just call the customer service of Hyundai and we will come to charge your car.
Mr. Abraham, I'm sorry, your time is still 5 minutes to change.
All right, thank you very much for reminding me.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next slide. This slide is just to explain about the example of the recharge station provided by the state-owned government enterprises. There is provided by PLN, by BPPT, and Pertamina. And even PLN provide for the charge-in application for EV consumer to charge their car. Next slide. Yeah, this is just also the example what I said, that wall charging and the public charging and also our mobile charging unit. And in Indonesia itself, we have built 103 charging units and spread from Java Island into Bali until Bali Island. And next slide. There are several explanations about the Hyundai's commitment for Indonesia to increase the brand awareness and strengthen Hyundai's position as a game changer to provide environmental friendly vehicles and become an innovative automotive company in the Indonesian automotive market. Next slide. We have built our factory in Indonesia in Cikarang for more than 70 hectares. And also Hyundai Motor Group has made a collaboration with LG Chemical Solution. And if you see that we have conducted groundbreaking in Karawang factory was led by President on that time. And we will build, and we have built a network dealer in Indonesia for more than 100 only in 2021. And the last slide, as mentioned by Mr. Rector, said that Indonesia is abundant, and or I could say that Indonesia has the largest nickel reserve in the world. Therefore, there are several establishments of battery manufacturing in Indonesia, such as Mind ID Corporation, as mentioned by Mr. Basuki Tjahaja Purnama, and also the LG Chemical and Hyundai Motor Group, which has been formally started to construct the factory in Karawang. That's all my presentation to explain about the electric vehicle in Indonesia and about Hyundai commitment and about the government support for electric vehicle in Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Abraham. It's true that Hyundai Motor is the pioneer of the first electric car in Indonesia, Mr. Abraham.
Yes, of course.
It's amazing. But why the price of EV car is more expensive than the car with fossil energy?
Yeah, as I explained on my presentation on the slide, there is a total cost ownership on mentioning about, maybe you will think that the price is quite pricey at the beginning you buy, but you can see for the long-term use of EV that gonna reduce your maintenance costs. That is the comparison between the EV and the combustion cars. You can choose, you are going to buy the cheap car, but you are going to have a pricey maintenance cost long-term, or you're gonna buy the pricey at one, but you're gonna have a low price maintenance cost. That's all.
Oh, I see. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Abraham. And the next session is Mrs. Dr. Norida. She is a senior lecturer at Universiti Teknikal Malaysia, Melaka. Are you ready, Mrs. Norida?
Yes, I'm ready.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, can I share? All right.
Okay.
I'm sharing my slide. Can you see my slide now?
Not yet, Mrs. Maybe we can help you to share screen.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Mr. Resti or Mr. Ivan, can you help Mr. Norida to share screen?
Yes, Mr. Bruna, wait for a moment.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you, okay, can I share? Can you share my slide, please? I don't know how can.
Not yet, Dr. Norida.
I will pass to you. Can you share my slide, please?
Okay, Dr. Norida is ready. Your
okay,
screen.
this is about my biodata. The slide, please. My own slide for this morning talk.
The presentation material, Mrs. Resti.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Norida, time is yours.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, moderator. Okay. Good afternoon. Sorry. Good morning. Okay. Good morning to all the participants, all the invited speakers. Right. My name is Dr. Norida binti Abdullah. I'm from Universiti Teknikal Malaysia, Melaka, Malaysia. So before we start, I would like to introduce what is University Teknikal, where the University Technicals, right? Okay, can we start now? All right. Next slide. Okay, this is the university, the location for University Teknikal Malaysia Melaka. Just information to all the participants. The University Teknikal Malaysia Melaka situated at the Melaka, one of the country nearby to Kuala Lumpur, right? At the UNESCO Heritage Site of Historical City of Melaka, right? Okay, next please. We have a few campus. Okay, next slide please. We have a few campus there. Please next slide. Yeah, a slide's not moving. Yeah, this is the campus that we have. We have 8 faculties. We have 8 faculties at University Teknikal Malaysia Melaka with the program, PhD, Masters, and Bachelor, and also the research area, right? And the students development, industrial engagement, also human resource. And also we apply the concept TUNI concept, which is based on technology and university advancing industry. All right, that is a little bit about University Teknikal Malaysia Melaka. So we move to the next slide for our topic today. I will inform, I will share my experience with all the participants. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this is the topic. I think this is a totally different as what we can see. Two invited speaker just now mentioned about the vehicle, but my topic is about the human development, right? Because my expertise or my concentration, my academic background more towards psychology. So even though that one is still related with the resilience, as mentioned to me, so I put a topic here: how we can build our own resilience during this pandemic session, this pandemic COVID-19, right? So this is the scenario. Okay, next slide, please. This is the scenario that happens to us all around the world, right? The background of the COVID-19. I'm sure that you also, every one of us knows about the situation, and this happened to us already, right? This happened to us, to me, to you, and all, right? About this COVID-19. COVID-19, these things, so we cannot move easily. Virus, yeah, right? Started from China, right? And this coronavirus reached to the general public around the world. Yes, this happened to us, right? Next slide, please. Okay, studies mentions that the coronavirus, with the COVID-19 dramatically impact people's mental health and behavior. Yes, this happened, and by this one, because of this COVID-19, we feel, right, the population, across the world, across the community, it will affect the university student, college, school student, around the world. Staff and whatsoever, right? So because of the uncertainty regarding academic success, so because of this one, right? Because happened to us right now. So we can see next slide, please. Okay, the scenario when this happened to us, commonly, they may affect us, they may affect ours, right? From one person to another person with different situation. So we will feel worry or the possibility that our family also will be affected. Yeah. We feel that helpless, because we cannot do as what we done before, right? We will feel normally this mental health, we feel stress and lonely, we feel anxiety, yeah, because we cannot see our family there. We cannot cross, especially in Malaysia or maybe around the world, we cannot go abroad anymore. And this happened to us now, right? Okay, next slide, please. Okay. And also, we feel bill of place under home. Sorry. Okay. So, and because of this disease, because of this disease, we will becoming affected. We feel not being able to work during this isolation. And normally, these things make the surrounding change, the feeling of helplessness, boredom. So this during this COVID-19 because of what? Normally, it happens so around the world because of lack of information of us, right? Rumors also, and also influence. Yeah?
Recording in
and
progress.
You need a social support. Okay, this is the symptom, the signs. Normally, we will facing with drastically changes in our sleeping pattern, right? We cannot sleep. Why this happened to us? Yes, because we are not freely to do what should we do normally. Yeah? Changes in appetite. Normally you prefer that one, but now you cannot do anymore. You cannot go out eat. You have to do some delivery, food delivers, right? Come to your house, right? It's extremely mood changes. We feel easily angry, yeah, irritable, and so on. We feel extremely sad, and sometimes we feel severe tiredness and easily angry, and so on. That's the symptom why this mental health will occur to us. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, next we will feel losing. This is the continuous, right? Losing interest on the things that you love too. Yeah, normally you love to do, but now you are no more. You are not interested to do that things, right? You withdraw from family members. You're difficult to focusing. This is the symptom that I'm trying to say here. Yeah, the symptom that you are facing with the mental health. Try to affect it will affect you, and you need the psychosocial support and desire to increase alcohol and so on. Tobacco. Okay, next. Yes. Okay. Now comes to the how to, to support system, the resilience, right? What is the resilience? In this part, in this context of psychological, right? Psychology, of the stability, or others researchers also said that resilient as the ability to face challenges. This happen, yes, we are facing now. So how are you going to build up our own resilience for all these things, for this COVID-19, especially that now you are in this situation, right? Okay, next slide, please. Okay, others also mentioned that resilience is the process of handling stress, handling stress and how to recover from that trauma. Resilient ability to bounce back from natural disaster. How are you going to bounce back all these things? This happened to us. Please help us. Please help me. So in other words, in psychological manner, we should know that how to overcome or how to build up this resilience. Yeah. All right. Okay. We can read all these things. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. In other words, resilience also is the quality that allows us to be knocked down by life and come back stronger than ever. Right. In other words, that we come back, we overcome them, and we find a way to rise up, yeah, from failure, right? As a process. In other words, resilience also is the as a process. It's best understood as a process, right? So we have to learn how to do, how to overcome, how to come up that we can be a stronger person. All right. Next slide, please. Okay. Other researchers also find out that resilience is the results of individual being able to interact with their environments. Yeah, and the process how they can promote their well-being, how they can promote their well-being in order to protect them for the mental illness, right? Then this process, we can be individual as a coping strategies, yeah, coping strategies, and with the surrounding, with the significant others among us who can help us, who can help us to build up this coping strategy, right? So in this one says that our families, our school, our communities, our social politics, and so on, right? Okay, next slide, please. Okay, there are three types based on my studies, right? There are three types of layers that we call it layers, three layers of resilience. First one is we call it under individual resilience. Second one, interpersonal or community resilience. And the third one is about the organizational resilience. So we can have a look what is all about for this based on this layer. Yes. Okay. Bye. Please. Next slide, please. Okay, for individual resilience, if you can see here in my slides, is about the ability for the individual to cope with the adversity and change. Yeah? Our ability to cope, right? How this one, the demonstration resilient normally the individual will demonstrate optimistic person, flexible person, self-confident person, right? Very confident, right? For resilient, right? Competent person, insightfulness, and so on, self-control and sociability, right? But if we cannot cope with this one, we will feel in vulnerable factors that inhibiting resilience. What based on that we like to see here, if we don't have a good social skill, we cannot build up the resilience, right? If you have poor problem solving, we cannot build up, right? If you have lack of empathy, all these vulnerability factors we have to take it off, right? And how to protect these factors enhancing based on social competency, right? In other words, how to enhance our resilience for individual factors, we have to have good social competence. We have to have good problem solving skill. We should have good coping skill, empathy, intellectual support, intellectual abilities, self-efficacy, and also communication skills. This is the point that I would like to raise or mention here for all the participants. You can see here, right? If you have a negative side, it will build up the resilience among us. This is for individual start, right? So the who can help us or the significant others with build up this resilience skill, we can based on our individual children, adolescent, and so on. This is the individual resilience that we should know that how to make sure that we can build up this individual resilience. Okay, next slide, please. We have to go in for the community resilience. For the community resilience is the ability for individual and the collective community to respond to the adversity and change. Right? So for this community means that they will demonstrate the resilience based on connectedness, commitment, right? Commitment to the community, share value. You know, if we have a good what I can say here, a responsibility or good connection with the community there, inshallah, they can say that the responsibility or the resilience we can build up. You know, we should have structures, rules throughout community. We should supportive community, yeah, good communication and so on. You know, volunteerism. You know, if you have normally if you share or you do some volunteerism work, so it will help you to build up your own resiliency, yeah, and responses to organization. But if you're not like, if you have lack of support services, you know, you're alone, you are don't care about others, you know, social discrimination, cultural discrimination, this will not help you, right? Low social economic crime rate and community disorganization, this will not help, right? But this one, to protect factors enhancing resilience, we can access support services, community networking, yeah, and strong cultural identity and so on, right? So who can help us? The facilitators of the resilience that can help us, the community leaders, right? The community leaders can help us, the volunteers, activities that can help us to build up our the community resilience. Organization can help us, the support services and so on, right? And so on. This is the factors, facilitators that can help us to build up the community resilience. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, for the organization, for the organizational resilience, the ability for the business or industry means that to include employers to cope with the adversity and change, right? This one parts of the responsibility was from the industry or the organization, right? So they can, the demonstrating side for the resilience can be seen based on proactive employees, yeah? Clear mission goals and values encourage volunteers to change among staff, right? Clear communication, you help your staff whatsoever to do or to build up their own resilience. Emphasize learning rewards high performance. This one also can help to build up resilience among individual, among staff, right? And this one, vulnerability factors that inhibiting resilience if you have unclear expectation, yeah, conflict expectation, threat to job security, lack of personal control, right? And defensive atmosphere, you know, based on the environmental at the organizational, right? And also lack of communication at the organizational. Okay, how to protect? Yes, if you want to the layer this organizational layer to build up the resilience, so we should have open communication, supportive college, yeah, clear responsibility and sense of control, job security, supportive management, and also recognition. This can help individual or the staff in that organization or the industry to build up the resilience. Of course, the facilitators here that should be should have the responsibility of good facilitators for this resilience to be a resilience. Of course, the employers, the manager, and so on. Right? Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. Okay. Based on the Psychological American Association, they suggest 10 ways how to build up resilience, right? First thing, maintain good relationship with close family members, right? Yes. We understand that we cannot see them face to face, but we still can contact our members, our family members. do online meeting, do online chatting, and so on. Okay, maintain good relationship. That one can help us to build up this resilience. Avoid seeing crisis or stressful event, right? Yes, do not. That's why one of the slide that I mentioned there, sometimes it's media social also take part, you know. Sometimes it's not true, or maybe that one is will make us feel uncomfortable. All right, avoid seeing crisis or stressful. Accept circumstances that cannot be changed. Yes, with this norm, with this situation, with the COVID-19 almost 2 years already, right? We cannot come back to the normal. We cannot go for any activities that we have to meet, right? All in a big group, in a big crowd, right? So we have to accept. We have to live with the COVID-19. That is the idea. Have to accept the circumstances with COVID-19, but in that way we have to prepare ourselves, right? The next suggestions here, to develop realistic goal and move towards them. We have to accept nowadays with the situation, we have to build up that we are maybe once a day, no need to do, no need to have a conference on face-to-face anymore like this one. Online ready. Because of what? Because this is the disaster that we're facing now, right? To take the decisive action in our situation. Yeah, what should we do? We cannot be in hopeless person, but we have to move on. We have to move on. What next that I have to do? Because almost 2 years already. Okay, next please. Next slide, please. Okay, the number six suggested to look for the opportunities of self-discovery after struggle we lost, right? Yes, facing. I'm not telling about others people's, I'm telling about myself also, right? How I'm going to develop my own self based on this COVID-19. You know, I cannot do a lot of things that I cannot do. You also can ask yourself, what is the, things that normally, you know, you lack of, you lost already. So nowadays, right, we have to develop our own self-confidence. Yeah, okay. With this online exercise, should be no problem again. So it will become as a good exercise for us and teaching and learning session with this one. All right. To keep a long-term perspective and consider the stressful event is a broader context, right? To maintain a hopeful outlook, yeah, expecting of the good things. Yes, we have to do and to take care of. Later on, I will share with you what should we do in terms of this one, and paying attention to one's needs and your own feelings. Yes, you have to. Nobody will take care of us rather than you on your own, right? You have to know that. You must know what happened to you or what will happen to you. Yes, because yeah, if you cannot, we cannot secure ourselves, who will consider, or who will see on our own, right? Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. The characteristic of human who have high resilience based on Murphy studies 2013, yeah, the characteristic said that this person who are high resilience skill, easygoing and easy to socialize, right? Easygoing, no matter what, should be no problem. If you are okay, nowadays university almost, right? They implement this teaching and learning based on online exercise. Should be no problem and should be okay, right? Or even though I have a group to chit chat, right? So means that the characteristics of the person, right? Easygoing, have a good thinking skill, right? Have a good thinking skill. If we cannot solve for this one, so try to find out other things. Have people around who are supportive. We have to find our buddy, who can support us? Still alone, right? You have one or more, this talented or this good high resiliency have one or more talents or strengths. So, yeah, believe in themselves, in the ability to take decision. This is the characteristics based on Murphy research. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, other factors that promote resilience, all right, that you can see here based on the pictures that I posted here and also the wordings there, right? So the cope with stress manner, have a good problem solving, seeking help, ability to solve problem, emotional awareness, right? Self-belief, okay? Sense of humor, control yourself, and also the social support. You can see in the pictures there, right? Connected with others, such as family, as I told before, right? Right. Spirituality also is a good point. I mean, for a Muslim, you must have that, or others religion also, right? Talks to the highest one, talk to the Allah, for Muslim, that Allah. Spirituality must be good also. Having identity as survivor, as opposed to a victim. Another thing is, volunteerism, help others also. When we help others, we know that their situation, in other words, that even though we're having the problem, we also learn something from their situations. All right. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. In other words, summary of the resilient, right? We can begin at any time. Yes, at any time. It's a part, it's a psychological strength. You can help us, you should know yourself. You must know yourself. Nobody will know about yourself unless you let them know. So in other words, we know who we are. It's a psychological strength. It can help us adapt and grow from challenges. It can be developed, right? As I mentioned here, the practical strategies, flexible thinking can be helpful and important thing to hold on to multiple trusts. Yeah, and this is about the resilient. Okay, next slide, please.
I'm sorry, Dr. Norida, your time
Yes.
is still 5
Yeah,
minutes.
next slide, please. Okay, come up to the end already. This is several methods that how or yoga, muscle relaxation, mental imaginary relaxation, and so on. It is good for you in order for you to build your own in resilient. All right. Okay. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Mindfulness meditation for you to rate, right? Because we want to kick off the COVID-19, we want to build out their own resilient. We don't want to living in fear, but we're living in faith. So together we fight all these things, stop the coronavirus, okay. In other words, all these things, right? Evidence shows that stigma due to coronavirus leads to us to reduction and so on, right? This is the mindfulness meditation. Next slide, please. I think comes to the end already. Okay. Next slide, please. That's it from me. Yeah, the sharing session about how to build up your own resilience in the this current situation about the COVID-19. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Norida, for your presentation. And the fourth speaker is Dr. Suni Ummul Firdaus. She is from Faculty of Law, Universitas Sebelas Maret, Indonesia. She expert in constitutional law. Dr. Suni, are you ready for your presentation?
Okay, I'm ready.
Yes.
Mr. Donna.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Suni. Time is yours.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for your attention about this conference. But so my presentation today talk about legal politics of electric vehicle development in Indonesia in International Conference for Democracy and National Resiliences in 2021. Okay, slide I want committee ready. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the present article entitled Legal Politics of Electric Vehicle Development in Indonesia elaborated the issue of air pollution escalation in Indonesia to the increasing amount of motor vehicle exhaust emission. This issue becomes urgent for air pollution plays a significant role to people's health with the fact that various premature deaths happen because of air pollution. In addition, the majority of world citizens are in places where air quality is far below the good quality standard. The existence of electric vehicle is the option which can be utilized as an attempt to alleviate emission in the air. The researchers employ a socio-legal law method in this my research. The results confirm that there is a study on regulation and policy that are currently being implemented. A policy recommendation that can be applied by the government to enforce people health protection and an electric vehicle that is suitable with the condition of Indonesia. I have 4 background about my present article. The firstly about global air condition, secondly Indonesia air condition, and the thirdly factor affecting, and the last the urgency of innovation. The firstly about global air condition, air pollutant practical increases globally, where this problem as effect of modernization and industrialization is being faced by all countries. In 2017, 92% of the world population still live in areas where PM 2.5 exceeds the WHO guideline for healthy air. 54% still live in areas exceeding the WHO least stringent interim target, often by a substantial margin. In 2019, 90% of the world population was living in places where the WHO air quality guideline level were not met. Secondly, about Indonesia air condition. Air condition in Indonesia is getting worse in the last 2 decades. Moreover, based on the observation by AQLI, 91% Indonesians live in area with the above safe air pollutant level that is recommended by WHO. This condition is getting worse, especially in the big city which has high mobility and industry. Thirdly, about factor affecting. Ministry of Transportation Indonesia said that 16% pollution occur because of the use of bike and car that use fuel oil or low octane fuel oil. According to Statistik Indonesia (BPS) and Indonesian Motorbike Industry Association (IC), until January 2021, motorbike in Indonesia reached 147.75 million units. Meanwhile, car reached 24.6 million units. About the urgency of innovation, the innovation in prevention and control of air pollution certainly becomes one thing that is needed by the modern society. Moreover, this cannot be stopped, but still can be helped by preparing and a newer innovation that can give benefit and protection for environment and human living. In Indonesia, have 7 regulations about vehicle electrician. Indonesian government currently regulated policies of the use of vehicle. Number 1 is government regulation number 7030 of 2019. This regulation pertaining to taxable goods classified as luxury in the form of motor vehicle subject to sales tax on luxury goods is one of the basis of government policies in encouraging the use of energy efficient and environmentally friendly vehicle. Number 2, government regulation number 55 of 2019. The regulation in reference to the acceleration of the battery-based electric motor vehicle program for road transportation are also strategic policy issue by the government to encourage accelerated implementation. Number 4, regulation of the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources number 13 of 2020. The regulation pertaining to the provision of electric charging infrastructure for battery-based electric motor vehicle is one of the government assurance for the use of electric vehicle in Indonesia. And number 4, regulation of the Ministry of Transportation number PM 45 of 2020. There is regulation about specific vehicle using electric drive to make sure the performance and safety of the use of specific vehicle. And then regulation of Minister of Home Affairs number 8 of 2020. The regulation about the basic regulation for the imposition of motor vehicle taxes and title transfer tax for motor vehicle, and 2020 become the best for the imposition of tax policies on motor vehicle. And next regulation is regulation of Minister of Industry number 28 of 2020 about a battery-based electric motor vehicle in a complete decomposed state, and an incomplete decomposed state is a follow-up regulation of the existence of presidential regulation number 55 of 2019. And the last, regulation of Minister of Industry number 27 of 2020. This regulation on specification, development roadmap, and provision for calculating the value of domestic component for battery-based electric motor vehicle is one of the regulation that regulation rigidly the implementation of the procurement of electric motor vehicle. How about ideal policy that is applied on electric vehicle to increase public health? I have one case public health. Electric vehicle becomes one of solution for air pollution, which is currently increasing in a serious direction where disease that caused by air pollution or melanoma, lung cancer, Aegynia pectoris, and atherosclerosis 45. But I'm not doctor, but I have citation. Besides, air pollution also causes bronchitis and emphysema, where SO2 gas and benzopyrene can weaken the movement of vibrating hair in the throat tract and can stimulate mucus secretion in the thickening tract of the lungs. That the premature death rate due to air pollution in Indonesia since January 1st, 2020 is estimated to reach more than 9,000 people. Early death in Jakarta is estimated at 6,100 people. In Surabaya, 1,100 people. In Denpasar, 410 people. And in Bandung, 1,400 people. How about policy acceleration? Policy acceleration, the acceleration of the procurement and massive of the electric vehicle in Indonesia becomes an urgency itself to overcome the problem of air pollution and to achieve public health. The various policies that have been regulated at this time have provided guarantees for the existence of electric vehicle in Indonesia regulation. But there are several things that need to be further regulated to encourage the acceleration of the procurement of electric vehicle as well as means of achieving public health related to air quality. There are several regulations or policies that need to be implemented by government. How about policies that need to be implemented by government? I have 3 factors. The number 1 about policy on electric vehicle researches. Number 2, regulation on international cooperation. And number 3, an optimum electric vehicle incentive regulation. Okay, about policy on electric vehicle resources. Electric vehicles should have battery resources that are charged using renewable energy, such as regulation of the use of solar power plant, hydropower, and wind power, and so on. Therefore, the guarantee through policies or regulation can be immediately launched to prevent an increase in air pollution that is happening now. About regulation on international cooperation. Technology transfer becomes the most important thing to optimize the activities of the electric motor vehicle industry and to make efficient funds and resources that have been allocated to the procurement project. Where this policy can also be a driving force for increasing domestic capacity to produce electric motor vehicle component. And the last, an optimum electric vehicle incentive regulation. How about this? A pressure and change to the tax incentive system applied in the current rules and regulation need to be implemented. This is done as response to the selling price of electric vehicle, which is still too high than the Indonesian market price, which cause people to not to buy electric vehicle. Okay, the last I want to explain about my conclusion, and this is my article. My conclusion, motor vehicle exhaust emission now contribute greatly in creating air pollution globally or nationally, where this air pollution also causes declining public health condition to a dangerous level, especially with the development of mobilization, modernization, and industrialization that are increasing being done. That is what encourages electric vehicle as the main solution to prevent an increase in air pollution. The current various policies and regulation is unnecessary to accommodate all society need on the environment and healthy air quality. The ideal policies that need to be further regulated to push public health policy on electric vehicle resources, policy on international cooperation, and optimal regulation of electric vehicle incentive. There need cooperation between the government as a regulator, the society, and electric vehicle companies in achieving an optimal electric vehicle to reduce air pollution. This synergy will certainly be the most important point in creating the effective use electric vehicle in Indonesia. Thanks for your attention. I have your opinion and all participants in this room. Thank you, Mr. Dona.
Thank you, Dr. Suni. It's very informative. Okay. Before I go to the next session, I want to read all of profile our speaker. Before we go to next session, I want to read the profile for our speaker. At first is Professor Thomas Schmitz. He is a director at the Universitas Gadjah Mada, Yogyakarta. He also adjunct professor at the University of Göttingen. He expert at area of expertise at Europe law, constitutional law, administrative law, comparison of law in the field of public law, legal and in Europe and public law. He is also have a main publication. He have very many publication like integration in the Switzerland Union and very many article in journal international. And the next is a profile from Mr. Abraham. Yes. Okay. Mr. Abraham, he is a head of legal department from PT Hyundai Motor Indonesia. He education at Transnational Law and Business University, Seoul, Republic of Korea, Master of Law, and Bachelor of Law he take from Parayangan Catholic University, Bandung, Republic Indonesia. He has also very many experience before at Hyundai Motor. He also have experience at DTMN Law Office Jakarta, Legal Affairs Manager at PT Daewoo Pharmaceutical Company Indonesia Jakarta, Global Strategy and Marketing Manager Daewoo Pharmaceutical Seoul Korea, lecturer at Universitas Terbuka Seoul Korea, Human Research Supervisor PT Sadikun Niaga Masaya Sadikun Group Jakarta, and HL and Legal Affairs Supervisor PT Adiguna Gemilang Istana Group Bandung, and Production Assistant at PT Televisi Transformasi Indonesia Trans TV Jakarta. He is now the head of legal department from at PT Hyundai Motor Indonesia. Okay, I will to also read a CV from Dr. Norida. Okay, CV. Excuse me.
Provided to you is a simple CV. It's not a full
Yes.
CV.
Oh yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's still loading. Dr. Norida Abdullah, very many experience at education. He is a senior lecturer at Universiti Teknikal Malaysia Melaka with 17 years experience in teaching service course, 8 years of experience as a management staff at PPPI. She has also training and specialization, effective communication for leader, workshop psychology tool, and administrative, the head of Department Center for Language and Human Development in UTeM. It's true, Dr. Norida, Deputy Dean, Center for Language and Human Development at Universitas Teknologi Malaysia. Okay. Also, Dr. Suni Ummul Firdaus. She is senior lecturer at Faculty of Law Sebelas Maret University. Is very many experience also in constitutional law. He teach ilmu undang-undangan, technical legal drafting, constitutional law, theory of state, and very many experience. Okay, their profile, CV profile for our speaker. And the next session is discussion. I like to have 5 questions from the participant. Please, maybe you can raise your hand, and I will call your name. State your name and your institution. Maybe you can raise your hand, please.
Hello, Pak Dona.
Okay, the first participant, Mr. Kandidat Dr. Kukuh Tejomurti, silakan.
Yeah, thank you very much for your attention to me, for Mr. Dona as the handsome moderator of this agenda. I have one question to Professor Thomas. Yeah, as we know, Professor Thomas explained about the human right and technology development, and I'm very interested to discuss about the artificial intelligence, artificial intelligence and technology. As we know, the technology associated with artificial intelligence is developing rapidly. As consequences, artificial intelligence is being applied in many things of life and increasingly affects the function of society. Actions of AI might cause harm. Perhaps, for example, in the case of autonomous vehicles that cause traffic accidents. But as I know, in Indonesia civil law system, the rules of civil law, especially those relating to liability for damage resulting from somebody's fault of risks, came into being before AI inventions, and mostly before the later significant recent development. In the other issue about artificial intelligence algorithm, artificial intelligence. I have ever read about in the competition law or antitrust law, paper. As we know, the artificial intelligence algorithm also be used by the many companies to analyze the customer big data, customer trends, and maybe provide the best report for the company to get benefits. So, but in the Indonesia legal systems, as I know, there is no provisions that would directly refer to artificial intelligence, and legal consequences of its actions have been introduced into Indonesia civil law. The question is, perhaps I would like to know about how the European law or the European countries to regulate the artificial intelligence and legal consequences of its actions. Is AI as legal personality in European law, or no legal personality in European law? And how about liability if the artificial intelligence may cause the traffic accidents, for example? Thank you, Professor Thomas.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kuko. The next participant, maybe you can raise your hand. Hello. It's not only just question, maybe you can also say something or opinion about our theme is about the increasing nationalism about electrical vehicle. Maybe other participant, please. Do you have a question about our discussion? Okay, I want have one question for Mr. Abraham Simon. You said that Indonesia support regulation, support any regulation, incentive like tax and other infrastructure for increase electrical vehicle. But I think EV in Indonesia is development is very slow. Can you tell us why electrical vehicle the development is very slow in Indonesia? We can compare with Seoul, with Korea is very rapidly, but in Indonesia I think it's slow. Just Hyundai Motor I know that have electrical vehicle car. And what do you think about that phenomenon? And I want also have one question for Dr. Suni. We have very many regulations with manage electrical vehicle. You say that very many minister regulation, but you say that we need ideal policy. Maybe you can tell us what is the main of the ideal policy to manage our development in electrical vehicle. Okay, thank you. Maybe other participant, can you have also some question for our speaker? Maybe Dr. Gayatri. Dr. Gayatri.
Pak Dona?
Yes.
Assalamualaikum. I'm Dino from UTeM.
Yes, Mr. Dino.
Sorry, I can't open up my video. I'm outside at the moment.
Okay.
It's been a very interesting conference. I mean, from all perspective, from the industry perspective, from our adjunct professor from Germany, Dr. Thomas, and also even from UTeM. Basically, I'm just to share my point of view, because I never been to Indonesia before, but in 2016, I've been to Jakarta. So that was my first visit to Indonesia, which is Jakarta. And the city is so packed with motorbikes, so packed with vehicles. So when coming back to our conference today, I mean, you have a huge amount of things that need to be done in order for people, I mean, for the citizen in Indonesia, especially like in a city like Jakarta, to be able to abide to the new rulings of using electrified vehicles. So now, since we're having all the speakers here, so we have like, let's say if you wanted the people to use electric vehicle, is it affordable for them? Perhaps Hyundai can come up with one vehicle which is much more cheaper for everybody can use, and which can accommodate a lot of people also. Because if you see it on the road, there's a lot of people on the road. So it goes back also to the rules and regulations that need to be implemented in order not to force the people, but to encourage the people to use electrified vehicles. So these are the things that I think most of the speaker here need to answer. I mean, how you can get people to use the electrified vehicle, how you can, I mean, the rule electrified vehicles. So I just throwing my opinion. Share with us. Maybe Hyundai is going to come up with a much cheaper car, because when it said about electrified vehicle, is very expensive. It's things for our environment, especially for people in Indonesia. Just my.
Thank you, Mr. Tino. Maybe other participants, do you have some question or your opinion about our theme about nationalization electrical vehicle? Maybe Dr. Wahyu Beni Mukti Setiawan from Universiti Batik Indonesia. Dr. Wahyu Beni Setiawan. Yes. Yes. Dr. Gayatri.
Give the question. Hello.
Yes.
My
Dr.
question
Gayatri.
is:
Okay.
Is the regulatory system in Indonesia? Hello.
Yes.
Sorry,
Dr. Gayatri.
I repeat again. My question is the regulatory system in Indonesia sufficiently supportive for the use and development of electric cars? I think it's thank you.
Yes, regulatory system about vehicle policy in Indonesia. Okay, thank you, Dr. Gayatri. Okay, maybe the next participant.
Hello, can I ask question?
Okay. Yes.
Yes. Good.
What's your name?
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Mutiara Reski. I'm from Universiti Sebelas Maret, Surakarta. I have question for Dr. Sani. So, in the first, Dr. Sani explained about the origin or background why Indonesia has to support electricity vehicles, such as Indonesian air condition or technology innovation and etc. So my question is, do you think Indonesia is ready to use this kind of technology and be able to make regulation as and see the fact there is still a lot of regulation other than electric vehicles that needs to be done? That is my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Mutiara. Okay, other participant, maybe? Okay, maybe until we waiting for the next participant, maybe the speaker can respond and answer the question and opinion from participant. Maybe Prof. Thomas first to respond the question. Thank you, Professor Thomas.
Yes, I would like to answer first the question of Pak Kuku about regulation of use of artificial intelligence. The discussion worldwide among the lawyers is just at the beginning. The discussion is at the beginning because it also takes some time until we see the legal problems arising. So artificial intelligence is still rather new, and we need some years of experience until we see what will be the problems. We now see the first problems, for example, accidents caused by artificial intelligence. That, I think there is only one solution. We need to introduce the strict responsibility. That means everybody who uses artificial intelligence is responsible for any damage caused, even without fault, without negligence or anything. That is, we have that in most countries already for the use of cars or of airplanes or of atomic plants, other dangerous devices. Also, to all those installations which use artificial intelligence and could cause easily serious accidents. That needs to be regulated in the law. That will take some time. The next aspect is to protect against discrimination. We have seen that very often now. For example, police is using artificial intelligence and it's discriminating. It's discriminating people for the race. It's discriminating people for their sex. So there needs to be a protection against that. And I think we need to have a type approval system. That means, for example, for sensitive use of artificial intelligence, for example, to give the artificial intelligence the right to exclude a user from the subway or to control the traffic on the motorway, we need an approval first with regard to the source code behind this artificial intelligence to make sure that such discriminations do not happen. This seems to be a quite serious practical problem. The next problem you talked already about is, can artificial intelligence have a legal personality? That means, for example, can artificial intelligence be the owner of intellectual property right? From my perspective, it cannot be, and I think in continental Europe, we will not accept that. The discussions have just started. There are, of course, actors in America pressing for that. And also, I would not exclude anything in Britain because they are going any crazy way which is possible at the moment. So it's not excluded that they would introduce that, but in continental Europe, I do not see that. Because otherwise you would create a lot of injustice, you would create a lot of problems, distribution, justice problems, and so on. So far, there is not yet any comprehensive regulation of artificial intelligence in the European Union. I think there are in some countries already some sectoral regulations for some issues that may, for example, in police law already. But the discussion is still new, and I think it will still take some time. And I also think that the regulations will be sectoral. That means you will have a different law, for example, for driverless transport systems, artificial intelligence used in fully automatic drone or subway systems and so on. And you will have a different law for artificial intelligence controlled traffic flow management. I think this traffic flow management, that will be a big topic because the cars will not be controlled by the driver anymore. They will be controlled by the electronic system. That means it will increase the capacity of the street system. But that means the cars will go slowly, but with a slower difference. All in all, the capacity of the infrastructure will increase. But then you have, of course, lots of questions. Shall there be priorities for government cars, for example, or for what kind of cars? So this needs to be regulated too. I think it's still too early to do that because the development has just started. What they are already preparing is in some states of America, for example, California, regulations on the liability of self-driving cars. This is the first step which is coming now. Also, that would be my answer to your question, Kuku. For the others, a question, for example, how can we make people to use electrical vehicles, and can other regulations enough in Indonesia? I would like just to point out to the big problem that there is no infrastructure for charging at all. So I cannot follow the idea that Indonesians may have a charger in their home. At my home, I cannot even use 3 air conditions and the water boiler at the same time because the electricity system of the house and of the whole neighborhood is not strong enough. I do not see that in the short time that a high number of owners of electric vehicles will be able to charge their vehicle maybe all at the same time in the evening when they come home from work in their own garage. That will not work. So I think there must be huge efforts in Indonesia to prepare for that. The capacity of the electricity systems in the streets and in the houses must be augmented, but very strongly augmented. Until that time, there can only be public charging stations. And there is a question, who wants to buy an electric vehicle if he needs to wait 1 hour for one charging cycle? So, and go to a public charging station. So I think all this must first be managed, and the necessary regulations for that must also be taken before there is a real chance that electrical vehicle will become widespread in Indonesia. In the highly developed countries like the United States or in Europe, it may be different because there you can charge your car right in your garage. Well, this would be my comment. Of course, there need to be more regulations for that, but I think also a strategy in particular to build up the infrastructure which is necessary, because electrified vehicles will not be any longer these standalone vehicles with a wide range as we had that with fossil fuel cars. So where you could go even in more than 1,000 kilometers without needing any infrastructure except the road. So there is a lot to do, but that's normal. That is just the normal way of development. The problem with artificial intelligence, however, is very interesting, and I think there will be very interesting developments. I think even that we will get a new field of law which will develop, that will be artificial intelligence law, a new field of law which will emerge in the next 10, 20 years.
Thank you, Professor Thomas.
Thank you, Prof. Thomas. How about the question from Dr. Gayatri about the regulatory ecosystem for build up the electrical vehicle policy? I think she has a chemistry with the question from Mr. Kuko about the artificial intelligence. How to build the regulatory ecosystem about electrical vehicle, Prof. Thomas. The question from Dr. Gayatri.
Oh, I do not know the Indonesian law on that so much, but I doubt that it is prepared for that, because for these new developments, there is practically, except some states of the USA, nobody is prepared for that. So of course the regulations must be, there must be new regulations again and again. And in some years, we will see model regulations in some countries, which may be simply copied and pasted, adapted a little bit by Indonesia. But we cannot expect at the present moment the Indonesian president to be able to issue, or the government to be able to issue a regulation which solves all these problems at the moment. There is neither the manpower, you would need the legal manpower, nor the experience of that at the moment. That can only gradually evolve. There will be many, many steps still to go.
Okay, thank you, Professor Thomas. The next speaker, Mr. Abdullah, please your answer about the question from speaker. Mr.
Right.
Abraham. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Dona. I'm going to answer your question related with, as you said, that there is so many regulation, but why the development of EV in Indonesia is quite slow. What I could say that it's kind of the challenge in building an electric car ecosystem in Indonesia. Actually, this segment is relatively new in Indonesia, meaning that there will be a change in the mobility lifestyle. Even though the changes are for the better, we still have to socialize all the benefits brought by the electric car segment. Therefore, despite the current pandemic situation, we continue to make educational efforts through the digital channels, such as through the official Hyundai Motors Indonesia social media accounts. As a form of commitment to further develop this ecosystem, many significant developments have been made by various parties, such as the meaningful distribution of infrastructure assets, such as the availability of electric vehicle charging facilities in Indonesia, a series of fiscal and non-fiscal incentives from the government, deal to build an electric vehicle battery cell factory, and many others. These developments prove that we are all ready for the future of mobility towards a more ready electric car ecosystem. And of course, there will be another breakthrough that will be presented in the near future. However, this is a joint task of the relevant and interested parties. So of course, we can expect more collective efforts to accelerate the era of the electrification in Indonesia. And the EV itself for the industry needs support from upstream to downstream. And what should Indonesia prepare for the development of the EV industry itself? Indonesia already has everything needed to start the era of electrification, from products that are relatively affordable, infrastructure support that continues to develop so that this ecosystem can reach a wider area, fiscal and non-fiscal incentive from the government, and many others. So from the perspective of our company, from Hyundai Motors Indonesia, as the sole agent for brand holders and also in the automotive industry, our current role is to provide innovative products and services. We also continue to strengthen the confidence of consumers in Indonesia towards electric vehicles that have all the aspects that have been provided. And Hyundai has initiated this effort through a series of endeavors, such as participating as a speaker in the various webinars organized by the stakeholder, such as today's event, or holding our own webinars published on the Hyundai Motors Indonesia's YouTube channel. So the purpose of this effort is, of course, to be more effective in achieving it with the spirit of collaboration from the stakeholders. So I'm really thankful that Sebelas Maret University inviting me, so I can be part of enhancing this electric car ecosystem in Indonesia. Thank you, Mr. Dona.
Thank you, Mr. Abraham. How about the question from Mr. Dino and Ms. Mutiara about when we ready from the transition fossil car go to electrical vehicle in Indonesia, because its infrastructure is still expensive and other challenge in electrical vehicle in Indonesia. I need your response, Mr. Abraham.
Okay, so it's kind of it's like a lifestyle changing. You mean the transition from the combustion engine cars into the electrification era, isn't it?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So what I would like to say is kind of we need to anticipate change as we experienced at the beginning of the smartphone era, if you remember. The electrical vehicles can meet our mobility needs because they have a long distance. For example, Kona Electric and Ionic Electric are able to cover distance up to more than 300 kilometers when the battery is full charge. When we finish doing our daily activities, we usually return home to rest and recharge, and at the same time, we can also recharge the electric vehicles at home so that it can be used again the next day. And another example is when we are shopping at the mall, working at the office, having lunch or dinner at the restaurant or staying at the hotel, we can use the charging facilities provided by each of these locations so that when we return, the vehicle's power has been charged as desired. And when we making a long trip, for example, another example, traveling from Jakarta to Cirebon, we certainly need to rest or just stop for lunch or dinner. The duration that we have when doing these activities can be used to charge electric vehicles through electric charging facilities. So to answering this kind of question, that how to explain the transition from the combustion car engines into the electrical vehicle. Hyundai Motors Indonesia plans to play an important role in Indonesia transition to sustainable innovation by helping to build an electric vehicle ecosystem in Indonesia and contributing to people's equality of life with its role in promoting clean mobility technology. So we believe that Hyundai has been at the forefront of the electric car industry. As we have long been selling electric vehicles globally, we believe that Indonesian customers also really enjoy advanced technology in their cars, as it will help them to have a better driving experience. In addition, we also see a harmonious and sustainable collaboration between industry players such as Hyundai and the government to encourage the Indonesian electric car ecosystem. So yeah, we will continue to support the growth of the electric car ecosystem infrastructure as we have started today, including Hyundai dealers network will continue to develop, and we plan to add up more than 100 dealers by the end of this year. So is it answering the question, Mr. Dona?
Thank you, Mr. Abraham. The next, Dr. Suni, maybe you can give your answer about the question. Dr. Suni.
Thank you, Mr. Dona. Thanks for attention for my article. But how to ideal policy that is applied on electric vehicle to this public health? I think I say three factors. This one is policy in electric vehicle resource, and number two, regulation on international cooperation, and number three, an optimum to electric vehicle incentive regulation. I think it's make ideal, make ideal, and then about other question in my article, with the various regulation or with a lot of regulation that now exist related to electric vehicle that have accommodated and have been oriented to the future of the cars. Indonesia is ready to implement electric vehicle, but the thing that currently needs to be faced is not regulation that have not accommodated. but on how this regulation can be implemented properly and appropriately by various parties involved. This is seen by the Hyundai car that has been well implemented in Indonesia and the existence of various electric vehicle industrialization project developed by the government certainly shows Indonesia readiness in implementing and ensuring the implementation of the law and the use of electric vehicle in Indonesia. So I think the current regulation have fully accommodated and guarantee the implementation that must be optimized and this time, namely how this application can be in accordance with the main goal to create update to the environment and updates on the implementation of motor vehicle in Indonesia. Thank you, Mr. Dona. And all people have different opinion. I think they can say in this room.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Suni. Maybe to all participants, ladies and gentlemen, do you have any question again for speaker? Dear all participants, do you have any question again? Okay, I think we finally come the end of this virtual conference. Before I close the conference, I would like to take the conclusion from what the speaker has presented. At first conclusion from Prof. Thomas, we can conclude that besides technological and economic consequence, the transition from fossil fuel to electrified vehicle also have human-like problems. To prevent any human-like problem, make a strict regulation, demanding safety standard and administrative control is more important. And from Mr. Abraham Simon, we can conclude that electric vehicle will increase national resilience since Indonesia has much nickel and become first ranking in nickel export. Indonesia will lead in electric vehicle in the future. The Indonesia government also support regulation regarding incentive, tax, and build national infrastructure to support electrical vehicle in Indonesia. From Dr. Norida, we also conclude that resilience is the process of handling stress and recovering from trauma or adversity. The layer of resilience are individual resilience, interpersonal resilience, and organization resilience. And from Dr. Suni, we can conclude that the ideal policy regarding electric vehicle needs to be further regulated to push public health and need cooperation between the government, society, and electric vehicle companies to achieve an optimal electric vehicle to reduce air pollution in Indonesia. I would like to thank the speaker, Professor Thomas, Mr. Abraham Simon, Dr. Norida, and Dr. Suni for the informative and interesting information, and especially to all the participants for the very active participation. Finally, give the applause for the speaker and for you all. Thank you very much. The time I'll get back with Mr. Resti to be handled.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Resti.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Dona Budi Karisma, that was guide our international conference for the presentation of all the speakers and also the discussion session with all of the participants. First of all, I'm really proud and say thank you to Professor Dr. Thomas Schmitz that was here with us and give lots of information. Thank you to Mr. Abraham Simon that was here with us, give relative information, and maybe I know your product from Hyundai Motors Indonesia. This is very awesome products, and Mr. President also get interest about products of Hyundai Motors Indonesia. Thank you very much for Madam Dr. Norida binti Abdullah, and thank you very much for Dr. Suni Ummul Firdaus that give us all participant information. And before I closing this event for the international conference, maybe from all of the speaker wanna share some kind of closing statement before I close this event. Maybe from Professor Dr. Thomas Schmitz.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the invitation to this very interesting conference. So I learned a lot, and it will be interesting how electrical vehicle will develop in the next 10, 15 years. I think there will be lots of changes coming. So this conference should just be the first step. There should be more conferences in the future to go on to study this development. Thank you very much. Very interesting.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor Thomas Schmitz. You have already here and give some information that relate about the electrified vehicles from the human rights opinion and also the regulation in law issues. Then also for Mr. Abraham Simon, do you have any closing statement for our international conference?
Yep. Thank you very much for Universitas Sebelas Maret for having me here, for having Hyundai Motors Indonesia, for helping the, how to say, like the developing of electric ecosystem car in Indonesia. And we at Hyundai continue to support programs from the government of Indonesia in encouraging the growth of the automotive industry, including the development of the electric car ecosystem in the country. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Abraham Simon from Hyundai Motors Company, or maybe you can also share the video of your product in Hyundai from Hyundai Motors Company, the new product that using BEV or electrified vehicles. Mr. President really appreciate it, and I know this headline news. I know this what is it? News from all of the media, all of the social media, and also all of the citizens in Indonesia very proud having product from Hyundai Motors Company. For the next, please, Madam Mrs. Dr. Norida binti Abdullah, if you give some closing statement for international conference.
Okay, I would like to thank you for inviting me as your invited speaker for this very good conference. I can say international conference. Even though this is not really my line, because I'm focusing on the human factors, right? On the human factors. It's not really in the vehicles, But I feel this is a very good opportunity for me in terms of human behavior, and I hope that this session, whatever that I share, that is valuable to you, to all persons here. Thank you very much for inviting me. All right, thank you.
You're welcome, Dr. Norida binti Abdullah. Thank you for joining with us. And last, please, to Dr. Suni Ummul Firdaus, can you give some closing statement for this international conference?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Resti. Thank you for very much for committee about with the interested topic, the national resilience of the Republic Indonesia facing the globalization for Indonesia in this industrial revolution 4.0, natural resources and human resources and global economic competition, science and technology development and low carbon emission vehicle policy, the right policy to manage the electric vehicle industry, the problem of insufficient power resources in Indonesia, government strategy supporting the development of the electric vehicle industry. And thank you very much for all speaker, Professor Schmitz, Professor Abraham, Professor Norida, and thank you very much for our participation, our participant in this conference. I hope the next year we can get a conference again, different topic and different discussion. Thank you, Miss Christy.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Sunil Firdaus, that giving closing statement for our international conference. Once again, thank you for all of the speakers to come here, joining with us in International Conference for Democracy and National Resilience with the big topics, increasing national resilience based on electrified vehicles policies. And before I close, I will give you some information about the agenda for tomorrow morning in 7 October 2021. Please to all of participants that has submitted papers, please join the WhatsApp group that we have already sent to your personal chat by WhatsApp. Please joining the WhatsApp group and we will give the details of the information for your presentation tomorrow morning. Start from 8 a.m. until between approximately 11 until 12 o'clock in Indonesia time. So please don't forget to joining with the link of WhatsApp group that we have shared to you in your own contact. Thank you very much for all participants and also all the speakers of the international conference. Saya ucapkan alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Terima kasih, matur nuwun in Japanese. Maybe Prof Schmitz know about this Japanese speech. Matur nuwun semuanya kepada dear all participants and all of the speakers. We are finished for this event, International Conference ICDNR 2021. I'm sorry, please apologize me if I have any mistaken for Master of Ceremony. See you in the next event, and I hope you are always in a good condition even though the pandemic is not over yet. Thank you very much. See you again. See you in the next event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Sukses selalu.
Ya, terima kasih Mr. Abraham, Thomas Schmitz, dan Dr. Norida.
Ya, thank you very much.
UNS HEP.
Terima kasih Kak Yusa.
Tidak perlu mudik. Saksikan perjuangan kami di rumah saja.
Mantap. Saya kok nggak bisa pakai background loh, tadi nggak bisa buka ya Bu. Ya. Madalina.
Terbaik yang pernah ku singgahi, hawanya mengingatkan aku pada
Sulit penyanyi ya ternyata ya.
yang aku kasihi berada di kota ini, harumnya selalu memanggilku.
Jadi jangan dihabiskan.
Hidup begitu saat ku di sini. Lepas penatku dalam pelukan kota Solo. Kamulah saksi bisu keringat dan air mataku. Tak pernah tidur hingga ku terasa sepi. Sederhanamu buatku jatuh hati. Lalu ingin pulang ke Solo. Jalan hidup membawaku terus melaju, mengalir sampai jauh bagai bengawan Solo. Tapi kau ajarkan aku jadi bijaksana, bersahaja dan menikmati anugerah Maha Esa. Hidup begitu ringan terasa saat ku di sini. Lepas penatku dalam pelukan kota Solo. Kamulah saksi bisu keringat dan air mataku. Tak pernah tidur hingga ku tak rasa sepi. Sederhanamu buatku jatuh hati. Selalu ingin pulang ke Solo. Kamulah saksi bisu keringat dan air mataku. Tak pernah tidur hingga ku tak rasa sepi. Sederhanamu buatku jatuh hati. Selalu ingin pulang ke Solo. Selalu rindu pulang ke Solo.